The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome, everybody, to the Road to Kadath. Here today, we will be playing Roadwarden, a delightful little indie RPG, and reading some of the dream cycle of H.P. Lovecraft. We'll be starting with the presupposed order to some of his earlier short stories, and then eventually moving on over into the Dream-Quest of Kadath. So, as I understand it, it goes the statement of Randolph Carter, and then the Unnamable, then followed by the Dream Quest, and if we're still getting some popularity off of that, you all happen to enjoy it, we'll move over to the Silver Key, and the following sequel thereto. In the meantime, though, let us get into housekeeping. So, for anybody who is aware of the channel's ongoings, as we just had this last week and the month before, I have been taking a week out of every month to catch up on all of the business of YouTube, at least as far as I can, with all of the ongoings of life, and also attend to all of the ongoings of my day-to-day. Well, this next month will be a little bit different. I will be taking 2 weeks out of the month to have some company that will be coming in, and also continue working on YouTube and hopefully start to expand to those platforms I've been talking about for a little bit now, but with all of the regular events, as I have foresaid, it's been a little bit busy, but a good kind of busy, one I very much appreciated and one I've enjoyed, much as it has taken its time. So, that aside, I believe we do have everything said that's going insofar as updates, and I think then it's time to get into the game. Now, given that this is, in fact, a newer title, it should be a little bit easier to get running. And recorded, I should say, than BioShock. So, let's come over to it now. And I have been listening to its delightful soundtrack the whole while. Let's get our cam adjusted right quick, since it loves to shift and move and move and shift, as you do. Alright, very good. So, here we are looking at Roadwarden. We marvel at the serenity of the forest, and crave the shroud of its silence. And I haven't played this at all before. I've seen, like, 10 minutes of gameplay just to make sure that it's something that, I think I can actually get into. And, well, I suppose I'll talk more about my reasons for playing it as we get into it. But this is the intro screen. Now, if we can get our cursor to cooperate with us. Okay. Interesting. It's a wee bit invisible for the moment. Ah, indie games. That's quite a curious one. Okay. Give us just a moment. I do believe we might have gotten it. Ah, there we go. Okay, now, since I now have it windowed rather than full screen, which I typically prefer, we will see about getting that padded just a wee bit so that it comes as the full vision to you. And if that should alter, say it changes its aspect ratio, then we will also get that move back. But for the time being, key that up to, we'll go with a safe 70. On both sides. Okay. Alright. Now, thankfully you all didn't really miss anything. We just had a notification that there was an anniversary patch, which always happy to see games continuing to be supported. But here we are, finally, Roadwarden. Everyone knows to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk a lonely journey. Roadwardens not only accept the struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants, burn human corpses, and, if possible, get rid of the beasts and highwaymen. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. It's a dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. Why, of course, I leave the city. I leave the safety of the city walls. And now I pick a difficulty mode. Interesting. Picking a difficulty mode, and it can't be altered. I respect that. I respect that it keeps you on track and holds you to whatever you pick. Well, I suppose now is a good time to start with what I was going to say earlier. I played RPGs for a very long time. I played RPGs since some of my earliest memories. One of my very first, and that inspired me so thoroughly before I even knew things like tabletop role-playing games and the like, was Geneforge. For those of you who might remember playing on Windows Vista, or, Wild Tangent Games as it was later iterated, there was the Geneforge series by Spiderweb Software. Delightful game, delightful game. Very, very classic in its stylings. Very, very old school. And there have even been some updated releases that have come about on the more recent days. I'd say Geneforge 1 came out perhaps a year ago. Mutagen is its revamped title, and I believe the second Geneforge of the series of 5 is Contagion, if I recall rightly. I haven't played that one yet, but I have played through the first one, both in its original and its updated Mutagen version. And let me tell you, it's a game series worth checking out. If you have any interest in old school RPGs at all, the story is really fascinating and approaches from a very unusual perspective. But I'm not playing Geneforge right now, I'm playing Roadwarden. The reason I bring that up is because I've had a long time with them. And I realized I hadn't played on the channel at all, so I think that this will be a good foot placed in that direction. But I am not certain. Not certain whether I would go with casual or standard, because I do like the story. I am very interested in the story more than anything else. I used to be very much a tactics kind of gamer, but I've come to that realization, especially as I got into tabletop role-playing games. So perhaps I will go with the standard. I think, for the sake of going with the vision of the devs, and for you as the audience's sake, I'll go with the standard. I'll see what they've got. But there is quick saving and quick loading. Good for that. I'm very glad for that. The wall is still standing. There are no wolves around, no stench of blood. Good signs. This should be the place you're looking for. You were supposed to meet with a group of soldiers, but you hear no voices. voices, no sounds of labor. The gate is ajar, but the camp isn't safe. You may keep away the goblins and pebblers, but not beast folk, nor trolls. And the night is near. Your palfrey breathes heavily. It had a long day. Let's start with a quick save here. And take a moment to admire that sound work. It's funny I should mention Geneforge before, because if you've heard it, you know it. That in that game it played forever and ever. But it's not the only one. I believe I'd also heard it in one of the Dragon Ages. I think Dragon Age Inquisition. But definitely some other games that I've played that I can't immediately summon to mind. A very, very similar background to this. Birds chirping. Although there is the distinct gah, gah. And then some howling to follow after. But between the soundtrack itself, which thankfully loops very well, and the soundscape that we've got right now, with the regular sounds of nature, it immediately pulls me in as the player at least. And I would imagine that most all of you would agree. So let's look at our options. Well, let's see here. Ooh, interesting. We're right at the rear of the day. That reminds me, since I suppose I can't help but reference other games than the one I'm playing today. This reminisces of the Digimon World sort of clock that they had up in the corner. Something that is pictographic rather than strictly numeric. I think that it gives a lot more of a grounding feeling to the overall presentation, and especially with this more simple pixel art style, although it definitely has its depth to it, especially compared to a lot of the more high contrast variants that you'll see out there. Delivers a truly earthy feel to it. But I think, of the choices, I could just look for another shelter. I need to look around, cautiously. I dismount and sneak to the gate. Let's peek inside. And I get off the horse and into the camp briskly. Well, I have always been a suspicious sort, and the gate is ajar. I think I'll dismount and sneak to the gate. Your heavy boots hit the ground, and the pain of the long ride finally catches up with you. You stretch out, bringing your back and legs comfort. All you want now is a table, a decent chair, a nice mug of beer, and some warm stew. With any luck, your axe won't be needed here. Ooh, I see. Take care of yourself. If you're hurt or exhausted, some actions won't be available to you. The weaker you are, the higher the chance you'll die in combat. Surely shall. 3 out of 4 vitality. Approach slowly. If it's a military camp, it doesn't look the part. Plenty of wasted space. The fire pit is cold. 2 people are sitting at the table, tired and disheartened. They're looking in different directions, paying no attention to one another. One of them is holding a cup. After a moment, you notice the quiet humming. You recognize the melody of a light-hearted drinking song from the city harbor. Well, that's more refreshing than I expected. And look at that. Anybody who's familiar with role-playing games in general knows that line of sight is something that is often underserviced. And in the very presentation of the pixel art itself for the environment, so akin to the old school story, the old school flipbook stories, so very akin to the old school choose-your-own-adventure storybooks, where you would open it and look to take a path and it would tell you which page to flip through. It has that same delivery of an environment that slowly creeps into perspective and view as you come into it. Not very differently from the kind of fog of war that you experience on a completely black map, and yet it's in an entirely different form of, and yet it's delivering, and yet it's assuming an entirely different form for how it shows itself. Fantastic adaptation. I think that they don't look like much of a threat I can enter. It takes them a few breaths to glance in your direction. The first person greets you with a wave of his hand. There are bags under his eyes. His beard is messy. Despite his simple shirt, he's wearing durable, decent boots. A mace, with a head covered in iron, hangs at his side, but he doesn't reach for it. I take a look at the second sword. Just like you, she's wearing a gambeson, but hers is a bit loose, as if she took it off a corpse. Her head is shaven, as if she's protecting herself from flesh-eating bugs. Her eyes are weary, yet kind. She smiles. Considering the squad was sent here half a year ago, these two surely look the part, though there should be more of them. 8, we believe. A bit in presentation, whether you are writing it or vocalizing it, that I've always found grand admiration for, is weaving in the details into your descriptions of relation, indexing one thing that you might otherwise have laborious to describe in its own right, unto itself, by itself, with another, as was just done here, describing the details of this individual, their gambeson, their demeanor, their disposition, in comparison with your own. That is masterful. This is going to be a phenomenal game, I believe. So, I think I'll choose and let them speak first. It's nice to see an unarmed. It's nice to see an unharmed traveler in this godforsaken shithole. It makes me just a tiny bit hopeful. The bearded man's voice is strong and timid. You'll be staying the night with us, I guess. We're soldiers, he and I, adds the armored woman. Her voice switches from half asleep to relaxed. We'll do our best to keep the camp safe, and if you were to take the first watch, it would be a huge help. Travelers ought to help each other, wouldn't you say? You think for a moment. To fully rest, you need a good sleep. Sure, leave it to me, or I'm exhausted. Well, I am a Roadwarden, but these people are holding an outpost. They do look like they're very hard up for themselves. Taking a look around the camp quickly here, I see indeed that there is a lot of open space. A broken chair by the looks of it, perhaps, or maybe some sort of skinning square. And then some basic tarpaulins. But if I sleep, I could probably survive anything and help them, if it came down to it. They already look exhausted. They're probably going to be ruined anyway. They're used to this. I think I'll take a nap. The man looks away. If you say so. Then better keep your axe nearby. The nights here can get spooky. I'd say sinister, the other soldier snorts. I asked them about their lieutenant. You wonder how to phrase your question. Whenever you meet new people, you can influence how they perceive you by selecting one of the attitudes. Let's see. We have friendly, to be supportive and cordial. Playful, use a joke or a witty command. Distanced, hide your emotions. Intimidating, hint at a threat. Or vulnerable, be sad, tired, afraid, or hopeless. That's a very interesting way to encode the various kinds of interactions that you might anticipate. Something I've always found tedious, and that's always put me off from a lot of the role-playing games that are out there, is that they tend to choose a specific select wording for your character. And I understand the value in that. It cements the narrative, but it does distinctly in place specific verbiage that if you're trying to inhabit the character, you probably wouldn't select. So instead of having a finite selection of what they will allow you to say, instead allowing different attitudes to be the base of it, and allowing you as the player to fill it in with your own mind, I rather appreciate that. I think that'll go with playful. They seem like an interesting lot. Oh, it's a drop-down menu. Intriguing. So it actually combines the two. I rather appreciate that. That's a little bit dickish. I don't know if I'd go with that one. Let's go with friendly. I was hoping to meet with your lieutenant. Could we talk for a bit? The woman lets out a loud sigh, dusts off her gambeson, and steps towards you. She pays little attention to the sword at her side. We most definitely can, you and I, though holding this rank is still somewhat new to me. Are you a messenger? Did you lose your mount? She observes you with curiosity. Or are you looking for help? I'm your new Roadwarden. My horse is waiting outside. Really? The soldier in the shirt leans forward. That explains how you got here in one piece, all by yourself. Better bring your beast here, adds the lieutenant. We have no hay, but I bet it dreams of dropping its saddle. A long pause. I'm Tulia, by the way. She reaches out her hand. Another subtle detail. Not simply giving the name of the character to the player, but allowing them to introduce themselves. Instead of just allowing the players some meta-knowledge, further immersing them into the moment, into the mood of a actual insinuation of a character in the realm. In such small ways, goes a long way. Shake her hand. I shake her hand. It may be a trap. I gesture for her to stop, pretending to be embarrassed. I should wash myself first, but you can call me. I think I'll shake her hand. Lido. Interesting. Well, you know, since I'm the controller of this character, this Roadwarden, I'll call myself as I am, Kairos. Her grasp is confident, the shake is slight. Just keep your horse away from the tents. She steps away. You don't need to smell its dog. There's this one issue. The soldier in the shirt also rises to his feet. We have no tent to spare. I'll have to use a blanket or something. No problem. I enjoy observing the stars. I should get used to sleeping on the ground anyway. I think I'll take the friendlier option. You walk through the gate. Your mount looks around and snorts anxiously. Not many humans could ride a horse. It's only taller than you. It's not only taller than you, but it's also bulky, as heavy as it is strong. You can get in the saddle within a single breath, but most people wouldn't know where to even begin. From every side is a wall of flesh. Horses were brought to the Dragon Woods from the conquests in the south. They can trot for a long time, but won't outrun some of the local monsters. Your palfrey needs you to survive. Without it, you too would be lost. Asserting a good relation between the steed and the rider. Something you also don't see very much of, especially in games. The protagonist, if you are one such, usually rather uses all manner of vehicles as, well, disposable. Especially if it comes into the age of technology and it's something of a vehicle rather than a living creature. Hats off to that. It's my only companion here. I want it to feel at ease. I don't care how it feels, but I need it to be strong if I want to travel, and I can't afford another one. Well, not that much of a dickhead. I think I'll go with the first. It takes a few steps towards you, scolding you with another snort. You scratch the bottom of its neck, with strength and confidence, just the way it likes it. Humans see useful animals and even pets as monsters in disguise. Getting emotionally attached to them is believed to lead humans to their doom. But you know that horses need companionship. I like to think so. Also giving us some more information on the background of the world. I speak to it gently and lead it to the camp. You end up next to the fire pit. Removing the saddle makes the horse nicker with relief. You take a couple of minutes to examine its back, just in case. All the riding equipment is not that heavy for such a strong animal. With enough time, it starts to chafe. You wish it had something better to eat than this shabby grass. You should look for an inn. You need to unpack. Ooh, first big choices. Quick save. It would be nice if there was a button for that, but at least it does prevent, folks like me from spastically saving. You haven't brought that many things, and you lost one of the sacks while fleeing the Crimson Corpse Eaters. Interesting line drop there. Worst of all, you have no rope left, but maybe the soldiers could share one. Shouldn't cost more than a dragon bone. Aside from the travel seat, you own a few valuable possessions essential for your trade. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy, I get to choose my class. So for those, who are tuning in, I have rather a disposition towards, wizards and sorcerers and all of that kind of thing, if you can't tell. So, I sometimes feel the desire to go against the grain of that, but this time we'll see. So our options are fighter. I've spent my savings on decent combat equipment. I have a fine gambeson, an axe made of steel, and a reliable crossbow with quarrels. Interesting pick. Mage. I have talismans that help me use my powers, as well as an iron axe and a worn gambeson. Scholar. I carry writing instruments and alchemical ingredients, as well as an iron axe, a worn gambeson, and a small healing potion. I want to learn more about the three classes. I bet your sweet beepy I do. But, before I go on to that, I like the separation amidst the pure brawliness of the fighter, the distinct magical orientation of the mage, and the chemic background of the scholar. It's a very interesting partition. And I've always liked the idea of keeping the raw woo-woo apart from the I sit and read books. I like it. Let's learn more about the 3 classes. As a fighter, you'll have an easier time in physical challenges. Thanks to your superior equipment and hidden bonuses during dice rolls, you'll be physically more capable than other classes. What opens unique opportunities during some social interactions. It's the best class for RPG beginners. The fighter's weakness is their reliance on physical strength. Your special abilities won't be available to you if your vitality drops to 0. The mage uses Pneuma. Ugh! Bless the fucking Latin. Or is that Greek? I believe that's Greek, actually. The mage uses Pneuma, a versatile but limited pool of energy points that can be spent to cast a few humble spells. Magic won't protect you better than a sharp axe, but as a mage you'll be able to heal faster while resting, detect magic in a mysterious area, distract a beast with a simple trick, and find a common tongue with other magic users. Using the mage's power too freely will result in having no Pneuma left when you need it the most. The scholar will know more about the world's mysteries than you, helping you take advantage of some unusual situations. Your character will impress the locals with its knowledge, and you'll be able to read the sparse written clues without anyone's assistance. Scholars struggle with combat more than the other classes. With enough carefulness and exploration, you'll gain access to alchemical mixtures that will help you escape from many dangerous situations. Options. Well, I do like woo-woo. But I also really, really like lore, if you can't tell. Oh, man. The fighter is neat. I like the fighter. I like that they actually use an axe, one of the more technic weapons that are available across all 3 classes, but especially to be put into the fore with the fighter. And the recognition of, hey, maybe it's not all just chainmail and plate out here, but actually, using the appropriate terminology and considering the kinds of costs that come about with what is evidently a low magic setting, at least on the face of it, of gambeson cloth armor. For those who are not a big HEMA, historical European martial arts fan, as I, and just a Militaria fan in general, that is some good mindfulness towards the world building that you're lying forth. I do like mages, and I do like lore. But what do I pick? I have my dice here. If it's even, I'll play a mage. If it's odd, I will play scholar. I think that's fair. Got some nice thonkers, some nice big old metal die. Let's see. Okay. That's a 7. So that is an odd. That means that I'll be playing as a scholar. You unpack and inspect your belongings. I see. Thank you for that message over there, but you're kind of blocking things. Open your inventory to see your possessions. Well, that's neat. Okay. I'll come back to you in a second. Quick save. Unpack and inspect your belongings. Your water skin isn't pierced. The spare clothes are still there. Just in case, you take a look at your wooden bowl and mug, your cape, tinderbox, bandages, food rations, knife. Nothing special or too cumbersome, but infinitely useful in a pinch, not to mention for their typical uses. From time to time, your routine helps you avoid mistakes, but this doesn't make it any more exciting. Ah yes, but mistakes. Those are excitement you don't want. Taking hits will damage your armor. You can fix it in various settlements. 2 of 4. Will stop the lighter attacks, but not for long. Nothing I can do about that right now, I suppose. Of all the things to have in your inventory, you know, something for your food and keeping yourself, you know, in better sorts with bandages and such. That's good, but a hussif, a little sewing kit, you know, would be nice, would be wise, and would be light. Food rations. Okay. Nice to know that they take note that it doesn't spoil quickly and doesn't take much cooking. Small healing potion. Glad we have that. Pouch with coins. Oh, interesting. The city artisans make coins by cutting dragon bones into slices. They are valued by merchants, though rarely used in the countryside. I'm taking a long time to get through this intro, but I'm really just impressed by everything. The fact that they have even accounted for the currency being something that is valuable by nature, not valuable de jure, is something genuinely praiseworthy. It puts into the hands of the player and all of the non-player characters something that not simply arbitrarily has some intrigue, at least some history, some part in the greater world. But I guarantee, if they're dragon bones in the sense of a proper fictitious dragon, they'll also have some uses in things like alchemy, or perhaps even magery. But we shall see. Nonetheless, an object of economy that puts real, tangible value into one's hands instead of simply, you know, fiat in the ye olde days. That's good. I like that. A gambeson. Ooh, they even give us some more details about its construction. A padded defensive jacket made of linen filled with rags. It's the cheapest type of armor, yet surprisingly effective, and as a result, very common. There you go, like I was saying earlier, pointing out its affordability and therefore its availability to the common individual. And that is specifically filled with rags, rather than something that is, like, quilted or custom-made or otherwise has some, you know, tailoring and work done unto it as a definitive product. I cannot praise that high enough. Alright, alchemical ingredients. I'm interested to see what they call this here. To brew new potions, you need to find suitable tools and some undisturbed time. Brewing is difficult, and your alchemical skills, while humble, are valuable. I like that it points towards regular elemental compounds, perhaps. If that is something like perhaps sulfur or maybe lime or some such, as well as some naturalistic ingredients rather than going, woo, fairy dust. The travel set. Not just any travel set, the travel set. I'm glad that we have the one and only. And that's a nice mix. The knife, what looks to be a bowl. I would imagine that's probably a bandage. And a candle. A candle! Doesn't get looked at very much often. But if you've taken a look at, for instance, what's in a Dungeons & Dragons starting pack for one of the mini classes that they have, it often falls to the wayside. The infinite value of such small trivialities, how they can be applied in even the most versatile of situations as combat, or intrigue, or espionage, or some manner of infiltration. Having a candle can allow you to do a number of things, and I'm curious to see how this game employs it. Like being able to oil various garments for repair or maintenance, or if you are in a place where there is something like a door, oiling the hinges, or even if it is a nice sturdy like tallow or beeswax candle, especially using it to cut a mold for knives, or not knives, cut a mold for keys and the like. There's a lot you can do with wax, and that isn't just lighting. So I'm interested, especially as a scholar. Writing instruments. Parchment scrolls kept in tubes, ink, quills, and wax tablets with a bone stylus. Interesting. Most Northerners are illiterate, but they are happy to meet someone who can write a letter in their name. I bet they are. It is... I've got to assume that's a little ink palette. Probably some rather thick stuff, I would think. Not much I can glean from this little box here. Perhaps that's simply what it's all kept in. And a simple battle axe. Traveling with an axe shows that you've learned how to fight humans and human-sized monsters. It's not masterfully made, but it's already been put to the test and you practice with it for many days. I bet I have as a Roadwarden. Okay, so that's the inventory that I've spent like 10 minutes on. But it's good, it's good, it's good. Let's see. I return to the soldiers. They're at the table again, observing your beast and chatting between themselves. Your stomach growls at the sight of them eating out of wooden bowls. One more bowl was put at a previously unused end of the table. You can sit down on a tree log. I surely shall. I join them and take a look at the meal. I thank them for the meal, but I don't want to eat with them. I sit down and ask Tolia what she can tell me about this area. I completely ignore the meal. I sit down and speak to Tolia. I wouldn't pick it, but I like the fact that you can be an asshole. You can cut right to the point. You can be all business, all by the book, and have absolutely no consideration for anything but the work. I guarantee, especially with the heaviness of the setting as it is presented so far, that will appeal to a good number of folks. Okay, so we joined them. Take a look at the meal. It's cold gruel, the meal eaten in times of hardship. The specific bowl is filled with water, hog millet, some strange-looking cereals, and blueberries. Welcoming you with a meal, even a humble one, is beyond their duty. Soldiers live with and for their companions, constantly on the move from one part of the realm to another, making sacrifices to protect their group as they face dozens of hideous creatures. Their lives are filled with discipline, hardship, and camaraderie. Roadwardens, on the other hand, learn how to work by themselves. They seldom engage in open combat, patrolling the same roads for years. They help the settlements stay in touch, but also maintain commerce, settle down, forge friendships. When there are no laws to follow, they use their own judgment. Very good, very good. Putting a strong bifurcation betwixt the soldiery and the Roadwardens, which are effectively interior patrol. Setting down that one is for static defense of a region or an area, maybe even a locality if it's a small one such as this, with, as it was originally formed, 8 soldiers, and the Roadwardens proper. That's a bit of lore I'll talk about later that I've been working on, but very good. Very good. I eat quickly, not focusing on the taste, then speak with Tolia. Hey man, that sounds like a good meal, I'll be honest. Especially with the blueberries, I'd be happy. Keeping your stomach full will make you stronger. Starvation won't allow you to restore vitality while resting. You can find your supplies in the inventory. Also like that, a good element of survival, adding to not only our management of time, vitality, armor, but also our nourishment. Also a 2 out of 4. It's a little lower than the others. That's the armor anyway. It's about the same. You experience no penalties and bonuses. Okay. Tolia, what say you? Hey, that's nice. It's easier for you to overcome physical struggles. I sure hope so. Especially if this is a RNG kind of game, I expect that there will be some struggles ahead. She's focused and chooses her words carefully. She looks away only when she gathers her thoughts. I'm afraid I can tell you less than I would like to, and less than I should. She nods. She nods toward the other soldier. As you can see, there's not much of us. There's not a lot of us left. At the beginning of summer, there were 8 of us, including our previous lieutenant. 5 are dead. 1 has run away in tears. We're also strangers in this land, that's her companion. Any piece of information may help me do my job. The man leans forward, still keeping with that lack of introduction. Admirable. Good continuity. The man leans forward, his legs shake nervously. He sounds like a kid asking a bard to sing one more story, tell a joke, or do a magic trick. Whatever it takes to escape from boredom. His untrimmed beard hides a much younger face than you originally thought. What did the officials tell you? I expect not that much. I'm sole governed these lands. They share what I consider to be relevant. What I've discussed with the officials should stay between me and them. I will absolutely tell them what I can. You tell the soldiers what little guidance you've received. Since this area is too far away from that one's gonna throw me. Hovlavon. Since this area is too far away from Hovlavon to keep it under control, you're warned that it's untamed and unknown. Who knows how many villages, bandits, or monsters may be found in these unmapped hills and forests. From time to time, new people come here to look for boundless opportunities. Most of them never return. Do they turn into walking corpses? Find what they're looking for. No soul could tell me, so I was looking for your guidance. The lieutenant drinks from her cup and crosses her legs, ankle on knee. Seeing her chair makes you doubt she'll ever find a comfortable position. Where should we start? Where should we start? What should I know about the peninsula? Any ideas what happened to the previous Roadwarden? I've lost my robe. Could you spare one? What happened to your squad? Tolia, how did you become a lieutenant? What was your squad's mission? Anything I should know about this camp? If you were me, where would you go next? And the last one. Before I continue my journey, I need to ask them about the peninsula, the Roadwarden, and the rope. Wow. I like that little detail there, the differentiation in the color of the font. It is just the right extent of notation that you need to give your players the awareness that it is, in fact, not a name like we have highlighted in the Lieutenant and Tolia as a character, but simply as a quest directive. So let's start at the top. I'll tell you what I know, and you'll be the judge, says the lieutenant. How long did it take you to get here from the city? On a decent palfrey, I guess it would be 3, 4 days? When you confirm, she continues. From here, you can reach the coast in about a day, as long as you don't make any stops. Do you know the situation? That no ships can get here? You nod. The sea route allows Hovlavon officials to keep in touch with the coastal villages, collect taxes, move the soldiers, collect lumber, deliver tools. But maintaining order on a wild coast, such as this one, is like filling the ocean depths with coins. Because of the rocks, you can hardly stop a ship 5 miles from the shore, and boats can't get much closer. He nods. I don't know much about fishing, but there's not that many people living by the shore, and they don't crave to stay in touch with the city folk. And as she pauses, her companion carries on. No soul from the north ever came to the camp. But when we travel to the roadside inn, Pelt of the North, they're happy to trade and to play dice. Why not just stay at one of the settlements? The man clears his throat. I mean, you know. We're to guard this road. This camp is our post. And, well, he turns towards Tolia. She lowers her voice. Don't take it the wrong way, Kairos, but are you a devout soul? Religion, always an interesting part of any story. Let's see what we've got here. Like most city folk, I believe that people should unite their strength to overcome the threats of nature and dark magic. Everyone will be judged for both good and evil deeds. I'm a part of the United Church. For many years, I've supported a monastery that does its best to advance mankind's spiritual growth, artisanry, herbalism, and magical research. I follow the teachings of an order of truth. I'm from a small village. For me, the freedom of shell, pneuma, and soul are the main virtues of life. My community is unique and independent, and so are its members. I have a place in my fellowship. I have a strong connection to nature and spirits and follow the path of my ancestors. Some of my beliefs may be considered sinister and treacherous by the city folk. You'd probably call me a pagan. There's no evidence of the right's existence, and all the mystical tales are explained by magic. No, I'm not. Fascinating. It might seem like the regular sort of quadrant with the unaligned option of most sorts of games and settings. But in a circumstance so stark and dire as this, where there are vast and untampered wildernesses full of genuine monsters, appealing to very much something of that low fantasy aesthetic and styling, as I had mentioned earlier, it makes a great deal of sense to have what is, in essence, and the names themselves give a hint of, is a unitary body, not dogmatic per se, could absolutely be dogmatic, but decidedly a axiomatic following, something that is esoteric, and ultimately something that is occult. Something that then is followed by the option of standing apart, unalignment, putting oneself to the side, and declaring all of these orthodoxies as simply what they are. Fascinating. Interesting option. I think I'll also roll a dice for this. Sorry, a die for this, I should say. And we will say, I'll roll it... I'll roll a 1d10. And we'll see where that lies. If it's along one of the ones, 1 through 5, and the commensurate 6 through 10, or I should say 6 through 0, we will know, These will match with one another. There we are. Alright. That is a double-double 0-0. We will then go with the first option. Well, I should say the last option. I'll be a blasphemous atheist. How befitting. The man nods. I heard that most road wardens drift away from the churches. It doesn't matter to me. To neither of us, I think, as the lieutenant peeping at her companion. I just wanted to make sure I won't step on any touchy subject. You won't. Go ahead. The people here are disquieting. Every few words, she taps her finger. Every few words, she taps the table with her finger. Their traditions won't help them negotiate with the officials. Here. She starts to draw lines with her index finger, as if she's pointing at an invisible map. The peninsula is connected with the roads, like a big circle. In the northwest, you'll find a weird village at a bog. It's not exactly pagan, I don't think. It even has a priest who claims to be an eremite. You nod. She means the fellowship. They do crazy shit. Her companion chips in. Use the dead to cut down trees and dig in soil. Once I saw it, I begged to never return there. I see. You've heard tales such as this one since you were a child. If an isolated settlement manages to survive without a city's influence, its customs and traditions grow more and more alien. Every generation learns how to adapt the dangerous conditions they have to deal with, and the rustic pagan traditions muddy their river of faith. The United Church often warns its members about the crazy druids, necromancers, and blood mages, the bringers of doom, the traitors to mankind. As ever, continuing to drive home the unitary nature of the United Church. And that, again, they put the term united as per the lemma of unity. It makes it very clear and distinct precisely what their whole message, their whole mantra is about. Were you able to speak with these necromancers? And how about the East? Any monster worth mentioning? Anything that could catch my mount? That's all I need to know. Well, I definitely want to know about the necromancers. You can see why we're not eager to go there if we could avoid it, the lieutenant chuckles. Maybe they'll be more welcoming to a roadwarden. The roads are dangerous, with little to no shelters. People need your help. The man in the shirt turns a bit and points a finger to the northwest. If you're heading to the undead village, you'll get to it in first, and soon. Talia nods. Hell to the north is a safe place. You can talk with the innkeeper, the guards, ask them about the road. And how about the east? She stares off across the camp. Hard to tell. We went there only once. There are hills, forests, rivers. We saw a tunnel sculpted in leaves and branches, but we didn't enter it. Wilderness all around. Any monsters worth mentioning? Anything that could catch my mount? We saw all sorts of beasts. The man starts to count on his fingers. Goblins, treants, cats, large and small. Runners, howlers, wolves, spiked boars, mouflon eaters, griffins. We managed to stay away. Some could catch up with most mounts. Talia glances at her companion. Though a palfrey should be fine. The trees are so tall that the flying creatures keep to the coasts and mountains. There's not that many humans around, and the animals are busy fighting amongst themselves. They fight more for food than territory. The soldier cracks his knuckles. Don't provoke them, and ride fast. Just count on luck. That's all I need to know. She nods. I'm afraid we can't do more for you. Okay. Let's ask about the previous Roadwarden. Talia takes a deep breath. Aren't you a bit late for a rescue mission? We haven't heard from him for almost half a year. The soldiers speak for a bit between themselves, trying to get their story straight. They confirmed that he had stopped by the story. The soldiers speak for a bit between themselves, trying to get their story straight. They confirmed that he had stopped by their camp a few times, but stopped showing up at all in early summer. The bearded soldier starts to scratch the table with the tip of his knife, without looking at you. I don't remember his voice. He's busy, drowning in things to take care of. He would sit somewhere, sharpen his sword, fix his loud mail, clean clothes, write notes on that wax tablet of his. Yep, and leave at dawn. Unlike us, Asterion never gets bored. Talia lets out a joyless chuckle. He's secretive, but some of the locals speak about him warmly. Maybe he just doesn't like us. Sounds like you're not sure if he's dead or not. If anyone knows, they will tell us. Maybe someone is keeping him in a basement. The man carves with passion. We haven't seen him or his saurian. Something ate them, I bet. The officials have hired you, right? They don't expect him to return. The richer Roadwardens often used four-legged meat-eating saurians as their mounts. They have to be tamed and trained since they're hatching, but, unlike horses, can easily defend themselves from many monsters. At least your palfrey is fast and reliable. It won't suddenly sink its teeth into an innocent passerby. Yo, saurian though, kinda sounds righteous. If I could get my hands on one of those, I'd be mighty happy. No matter what the maintenance cost is for him, at least to get it started. Sounds like a fine mount. Do you know what he was looking for? Maybe he left you a message. Neither one of us had any insight into his dealings, said Tolya. My predecessor left me no clues. He also took a look at Asterian's stuff. Wait! She raises her open palm. I almost forgot. He stands up and heads to the nearby tent. He has kids in a village near Havlavan. I was planning to take all his things there. A pouch, a second spear, a decent bow, some potions. Quite a treasure. She glances at you, but I would much prefer to bring them the truth about their father. So you want me to find out what happened to him in exchange for his stuff? Here's the catch. She dusts off the hilt of her sword. I've hired a messenger to ask the commanders for further orders. Since she hasn't returned and you know nothing about her, she either ran away or something happened to her. She sighs with resignation. We're meant to stay here until fall. What do you think? Come see us. Tell us what you've learned about the man. We'll get back to Havlavan together. You think about your real mission. You're planning to return to Havlavan in the early fall anyway. If he's alive, I don't think he's going to be happy about me taking away all of his possessions. That's fair. But also a phenomenal way to hook the player on a mission that genuinely risks but also a phenomenal way to hook the player into taking on a mission that not only detracts from their primary line of quest, but also is probably going to be quite dangerous. If a previous Roadwarden, which was wealthy, established as he has kids, and is willing to go on and about all sorts of more deleterious tasks, is in dire trouble, well, it means that you'll definitely be going with into what is almost certainly a dire circumstance. And in that, not only hooking the emotions by telling the children, hey, your dad's not coming back, I'm sorry. And, hey, here's some inventory stuff that you could really use that will help you a long way. Very well done indeed. Now, if only I could get that saurian too. And a proper journal. Very good. Use your journal to see the list of quests. We shall. You need to confirm a note you're editing to save it. Oh! It's one of those types of games. A game where notes are valid and important. Where they aren't simply something that you might take down if you're, trying to metagame, but it's built into the game. You're anticipated to do so. And as a scholar, it fits very well. Now, for the other classes of the mage and the fighter, presumably, you would at least be somewhat literate, and if not, you would have some strong mnemonic devices, especially if you're working as the mage. But having it here, integrating it properly, in what is pointing towards something that will require some careful consideration of your various activities and actions. That's wily. let's see. Quest. Aha! I like that it has a tab for humans in particular. Find the Roadwarden. Their very first mission. Interesting. Before I became the Roadwarden of this peninsula, a man known as Asterion used to patrol these roads. If I manage to find out what happened to him and bring the news to Tullia from the southern camp, I'll receive his abandoned belongings. Excellent form. Puts down exactly where everything needs to be. Humans. We have Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. He disappeared a couple of months ago under unknown circumstances. The merchants would like to find out what had happened. To him. A short but broad-shouldered, red hair and beard, pale, wears mail, rides on a four-legged lizard. According to Tullia, he was a bit of a recluse, constantly on the move, looking for work. Since he disappeared before summer, he may already be dead. His kids live near Havlavon. I see that doesn't let us thumb over that. We do have Tullia, one of the last soldiers left in the peninsula. She is stationed at the military camp in the south. She plans to return to Havlavon in the near future. I guarantee that you all have experienced at least once or twice coming back on a game after maybe even a month of not having played it and being completely bloody lost as to where in the story you are. Kind of like losing your place, but having a bookmark left in a book. Well, not quite as a book in most cases, since most games, even linear, have some, background happenstances that are part of your decision-making in order to bring that continuity forward. This has really been putting down a lot of good notes to get you reacquainted if ever you should lose your way and come to pick it back up. The city of Havlavon, one of the greatest harbors in the Dragonwoods, in the heart of the northwest province of the Tin Cities, is hired by its officials and merchants. Alright. Oh boy! I'm not gonna read all these. I'll read them as they become relevant, if I should recall to. But it's nice to see that there is something of an index for all of the stuff that we're going to be seeing throughout here, along with some unique names for the various fantastic species we might be encountering. Besides, something that's always bothered me in a lot of tabletop role-playing games is that there's not enough foreknowledge that's available to the player to make informed decisions insofar as where and what they do. And having something, not a not a packet like it's school, but having a little compendium that is available for bite-sized bits of information. And it even notes that there's still more to learn about them, for when you properly encounter them in the situ of their positions, of their natural backgrounds. It would go a long way, and I think it's something that ought to be included in most session zeros. This is a fine example thereof, giving you a broad sweep of the entire setting that you're dealing with. In addition to, of course, what you are encountering as your character. But I've spent enough time in the menu. I believe we'll get ourselves out of the camp, or at least preparing to do so, and then we'll pop over to the statement of Randolph Carter. Since we are about an hour and 30, and of course, like 10 minutes of that was a little bit of late prep time. Okay, we didn't read this. True, but he's considered dead. I doubt he'd begrudge you anything. And who knows? I may just find his shell lying on the roadside tomorrow. He wears mail, uses a spear mostly. Maybe 5 feet tall, but stout. Long red beard, short hair, pale face, rarely smiles. She glances at her companion, but after he adds nothing, she sits down and stretches out her legs. So find out what happened to him. Dead, alive, left. Just let me know. I've lost my rope. You're in luck. She heads towards one of the crates and moves aside a large linen sack, revealing a rope. She brings it back and nonchalantly sits down on her chair. Take it. I was planning to leave it behind. I take a closer look. A fine rope! Glad to have a regular rope made of hemp fibers. Ah, delightful. I take it and offer some food in return. Or I just get it for free, I guess. They're still stationed here. I kinda need, like, as much as I can get. It's a little selfish, I feel, but I am road wardening. It will be necessary. Talia nods. For now, you leave the rope on the table. What happened to your squad? The man shrugs. Bandits happen. And monsters. A strong band, though. His companion chips in. When we got to the peninsula in spring, we saw some people living in this camp. The lieutenant decided to avoid it and look for an inn. We had to travel through the night for a bit. The bearded soldier scoffs and crosses his arms, but she carries on. If we had decided otherwise, we would have all died that day. The innkeeper explained that the camp is a trap, that the armed ones pretend to be soldiers, stay there at night, lose everything you have. Sounds like slave hunters. Talia sighs. Very much so. They took some, and took others away, and who knows where. Who knows where. They were letting the northerners go, hoping to avoid their wrath. It kinda worked, adds the soldier. I asked them for help, but they refused. We had to clear the entire camp on our own. That's why 3 of our people died. I don't exaggerate. It's not like the lieutenant didn't make a mistake. We wanted to get rid of them and take over their camp, but we didn't know our enemy well enough. We were outnumbered, and they had an ice mage among them. She looks at you. At least we cleared the road, saved lives. You mentioned monsters as well? Nothing that would surprise you. Those of us who survived the skirmishes were young, too inexperienced to spend a summer in this place without a good leader, and they didn't trust me. One of them got caught by a treant. Another one ignored my orders to perform some sort of a ritual hunt, so a werebear tore her to pieces. The last one tried to act tough, didn't tell us that he had a cut on his hand while didn't tell us that he had a cut on his hand while cleaning his gambeson. She lets out a ghastly chuckle. I had to cut it off and show us. I had to cut it off, and he was so ashamed that he decided to walk north, find a new life, disappear. Idiot. What a colorful journey. The man tries to drink from his mug, but it's empty. Of all of the bits in the narrative thus far, this paints the picture of their situation as outpost soldiery extraordinarily well. They are in the middle of nowhere. They are, as far as I can tell, without much of any kind of supply, and they have positively nothing that is giving them any sign of hope, and yet they continue to press on out of a sense of duty or obligation, maybe a little bit of both. Some repayment, at least, for their doing their work, keeping up with everything that they've been charged with. The pastiche is phenomenal. You made this place safer. Or I stay silent. I'm definitely going to offer them some encouragement. They really need it. Talia seems tired. Who knows if it was worth the lives and effort. Talia, how'd you get this job? That's not much of a story, honestly. She looks at her hand, which is currently rolling a mug over the table. In the city, there's a strict order of, what should I call it? She exchanges looks with her companion, but he can't help her. Well, leadership succession, I guess. Avlavan chief selects commanders, those select lieutenants, and those put their soldiers in order of priority. If a lieutenant dies, they get replaced by the next soldier in line, so you were his successor. Sorry, I meant to mute that. Nah, not exactly. When we fought the bandits, our lieutenant was hit by a slingshot. His boyfriend jumped to help him, but failed to protect either of them from a spell. It was like a ball of ice that hung above them and exploded, piercing their heads, completely avoiding their shield. Really unpleasant. She pauses. And you were the third one in line, is that right? Jumping like that to save a man in the middle of an attack doesn't sound like a wise decision. Well... I praised them for it earlier, you know, the option is there. In case you really don't like Talia. Or the companion. Demoralize the hell out of them, I guess you could. Basically, yeah. He says without enthusiasm. I didn't plan to become a leader, though. I'll get demoted once we return to the city. I prefer to follow anyway. What was your squad's first mission? Anything I should... okay, we've already heard that. The lieutenant looks into your eyes. You know, the usual. Making the road safe. The usual. Making the road safe. Keeping people alive. I explained that it may be important for me to know what they have tried to accomplish. I can't really tell you. You sense no hesitation. Do you have any other questions? Anything I should know about this game? The story is brief. Some merchants built a camp to have an extra stop for mules and donkeys, just between the inn and the southern villages. There's plenty of grass here and a pond nearby. When the peninsula grew more dangerous, the camp stood abandoned, from time to time serving as a shelter for travelers. The bandits came here in spring, further paralyzing the exchange of information between the northern and southern settlements. Since these highwaymen are no more, the situation may reverse. Time will tell. You can sleep here wherever you want. The man concludes their tale. Don't expect to wake up without pain in your back. He doesn't trust me enough to tell me about our squad's mission. Good to know. Interesting. If you were me, where would you go next? I know everything I need. Why, I'm not gonna take the opportunity for a quest turned down. The soldier answers quickly. To the inn, of course. Grabs his empty mug. One northwest from here. If you can't afford the room, the main hall is free of charge. The locals rarely gather there. The northern road is much more traveled, mentions Talia. But the hunters will tell you about this and that, and you'll have a chance to introduce yourself. The innkeeper can listen, and knows many souls. Any tips on how I can make a good first impression on him? She smirks. Avoid cheap jokes. Stick to trade. Don't waste his time. Show him that you can be relied on. Doesn't trust me enough to... okay, so that's from earlier. It's getting late. We should prepare for the night. Open the archive to reread the most recent text. Handy. Glad to have that. I agree. Talia sighs with relief. May do better than Asterion did. Stay vigilant. She winks at me, shattering the mask of his shoulder. shattering the mask of a soldier. Thank you for your help. You go to the barrel and splash water in your face, which makes you even more aware of how much you need a bath. After the night, it will only get worse. The horse is already napping, still too anxious to lay down. Stay tidy to have a better chance to influence others. Appearance, 2 of 5. You don't stand out from the crowd. You won't get much cleaner without a proper bath. Big ups. Big ups for having something that actually takes account of one's demeanor. Their appearance being directly noted as a feature that modifies one's interactions with others. That's a fantastic way of cutting the difference, of splitting the difference between how you come across and what choices you make for your dialogue in a fixed branching pathway system like a text-based RPG. That's absolutely crucial if you want to give an opportunity to your players to have something of a genuine option about their outcomes, their roles, their positions that they have attained through hard work or through reputation, as it comes across in appearance. Alright. I look for a place protected from wind. I use my bag as a pillow, put my blanket on the ground, and cover myself with my cloak. That's some good soldiery there. Something that used to be a common set of skills, learning how to use your equipment for more than, well, simply its immediate intentions or provisions of utility, but also as something that is handy in the actual activities of living, and living rough. You aren't used to sleeping in such harsh conditions, but it's better than nothing. The weather is gentle. Maybe you won't catch a cold. The stars instantly inspire your dreams, both with their splendor and by making you look for patterns and shapes among them. Your job starts tomorrow. Interesting that there are stars. At least points to there being something of space above us. Curious. I focus on the real goal of my journey. The Merchant Guild wants to take control of this realm. Your wandering duties are secondary. First and foremost, you need to explore the peninsula. Learn about the territory, resources, and threats. Get to know the locals, and if you can, convince them to consider negotiations with Hovlavan officials and traders. Could the tribes resist the soldiers, or be a threat to the priests of the United Church? Are there any forbidden practices that need to be eradicated, such as blood magic, necromancy, robbery, or slavery? At least I have time. 40 days to be exact. I need to be as thorough as I can. There's an interesting selection for our position here as a hired-in Roadwarden. Not simply as one to protect the land and the people who dwell here, but also to scout it. Once you finish your reconnaissance, you should speak with Tullia and return to Hovlavan. There you'll report back to your employers and get your reward. In the meantime, you have your own goal to pursue. I need to gather some extra coins so I can save my siblings from debt collectors. I need to gather some extra coins so I can retire early and live in prosperity and safety. If I gather enough connections among the local leaders, I'll use them to become a major player in the Merchant Guild. I want to be remembered as the soul who brought peace and order to this realm. A hero. I just want to help people, make this region safer for the locals and the newcomers alike. I want to find a new life for myself, I have a difficult past, and I want it to be forgotten. Offering the player the opportunity to set themselves a long-term vision on top of the background that they're established with for the setting, in the fashion of a small selection, if there is something that must be set to rigors, as in perhaps something like a module for tabletop role-playing games, a line that a plot line that a written character might follow, or, of course, in the form of a video game, that might be given to the individual. That might be selected by the individual for their own ends. Is a fascinating way to offer anybody and everybody the sense of choice. Even if it is something that is fixed and completely linear, like a movie or a written piece. Even if it is fixed in branching pathways, as in a video game that follows as such. That follows as this one does. It permits an idea of identification not only with the character, but also with the setting. And so far, I'm liking the sound of the locals and their breakaway from merchants. But at once, it seems like they provide some relative safety against the wilderness and unbridled ongoings of men. This little outpost definitely gives the sense that they are more than happy to exploit the members of their own, and so their governance might not be perhaps the most just or even the most stable. I mean, they're sending one individual out here to be a scout. Very probable to perish, and they have a whole coast that is free and capable of managing themselves. Little interest in being incorporated or annexed from the seeming of it. I feel like the last option is for those who don't want to be tied to anything, or maybe want to discover it along the way. But I have the sneaking suspicion I'll kind of want to side with the locals. So I think I'll go with that. Your half-asleep senses are catching the sounds of the wild forest. Your instincts keep you alert and anxious, though the pleasant, humid, late summer air evens it out slowly. You can travel. You can't travel during the night. Press the sleep button to rest. I feel like that's not going to be true throughout the entire game. We'll see about that. You're thinking about your goal, but you need to gather your strength. All I can do now is rest. Quick save and sleep. Sleeping on the ground. Your blanket won't be much of a bed, and the palisade barely covers you from the wind. Sleeping here will be severely uncomfortable. Oh man, that's tough. It's gonna kill my vitality, it's gonna knock out another one of my nourishment, and my appearance is gonna go even further down. That's starting off tough. Okay. So, I'm finally ready to leave the encampment. And I think then, having had such a good impression of Roadwarden thus far, it's time to read a little bit of Lovecraft. quick. I'll come to the Just Cam, and as much as I do enjoy, like I said, that background noise that it's got, I don't want to be listening to it the entire time while I'm reading. It is pleasant, but it would be awfully clashing with the mood, I suspect. Okay. And let us have one sippy. Check our sound levels. Okay, okay. And it looks good. Okay. Clear my throat. Thankfully remembering and actually keying the buttons properly to mute myself. This weather has been rather devious on my sinuses lately, unfortunately. But nonetheless, here we come to the statement of Randolph Carter. Let me actually, before I get into recording this, do a little mic check. And see how I sound to make sure it's all good, because the last thing I want is, like, with recording the categories, and it's sounding kinda bloody rough. At least for the first one with the music. Looking good, sounding good. Okay, monitor off, and let's get to it. The statement of Randolph Carter. I repeat to you, gentlemen, that your inquisition is fruitless. Detain me here forever, if you will. Confine me or execute me if you must have a victim to propagate the Confine or execute me if you must have a victim to propitiate the illusion you call justice. But I can say no more than I have said already. Everything that I can remember I have told with perfect candor. Nothing has been distorted or concealed, and if anything remains vague, it is only because of the dark cloud which has come over my mind, that cloud and the nebulous nature of the horrors which brought it upon me. Again, I do not know what has become of Harley Warren, though I think, almost hope, that he is in peaceful oblivion, if there be anywhere so blessed a thing. It is true that I have for 5 years been his closest friend, and a partial sharer of his terrible researches into the unknown. I will not deny, though my memory is uncertain and indistinct, that this witness of yours may have seen us together, as he says, on the Gainesville Pike, walking towards Big Cypress Swamp at 11:30 on that awful night. And we bore electric lanterns, spades, and a curious coil of wire with attached instruments, I will even affirm, for these things all played a part in the single hideous scene, which remains burned into my shaken recollection. But of what followed, and of the reason I was found alone and dazed on the edge of the swamp next morning, I must insist that I know nothing save what I told you over and over again. You say to me that there is nothing in the swamp or near it which could form the setting of that frightful episode. I reply that I know nothing beyond what I saw. Vision or nightmare it may have been. Vision or nightmare I fervently hope it was. It is all that my mind retains of what took place in those shocking hours after we left the sight of men. And why Harley Warren did not return, hear his shade, or some nameless thing I cannot describe, alone can tell. As I have said before, the weird studies of Harley Warren were well known to me. 1 page, please. Just 1 page. As I have said before, the weird studies of Harley Warren were well known to me, and to some extent shared by me. Of his vast collection of strange, rare books on forbidden subjects, I have read all that are written in the language of... Of his vast collection of strange, rare books on forbidden subjects, I have read all that are written in the languages of which I am master, but these are few as compared with those in languages I cannot understand. Most, I believe, are in Arabic, and the fiend-inspired book which brought on the end, the book which he carried in his pocket out of the world, was written in characters whose like I never saw elsewhere. Warren would never tell me just what was in that book. As to the nature of our studies, must I say again that I no longer retain full comprehension? It seems to me rather merciful that I do not, for they were terrible studies which I pursued more through reluctant fascination than actual inclination. Warren always dominated me, and sometimes I feared him. Remember how I shuddered at his facial expressions on the night before the awful happening, when he talked so incessantly of his theory, why certain corpses never decay, but rest firm and fat in their tombs for 1,000 years. But I do not fear him now, for I suspect that he has known horrors beyond my ken. Now I fear for him. Once more I say that I have no clear idea of our object on that night. Certainly it had much to do with something in the book which Warren carried with him, that ancient book in undecipherable characters which had come to him from India a month before. But I swear I do not know what it was that we expected to find. Your witness says he saw us at 11:30 on the Gainesville Pike, headed for Big Cypress Swamp. This is probably true, but I have no distinct memory of it. The picture seared into my soul is of one scene only, and the hour must have been long after midnight, for a waning crescent moon was high in the vaporous heavens. The place was an ancient cemetery. So ancient that I trembled at the manifold signs of immemorial years. It was in a deep, damp hollow, overgrown with rank grass, moss, and curious creeping weeds, and filled with a vague stench which my idle fancy associated absurdly with rotting stone. On every hand were the signs of neglect and decrepitude, and I seemed haunted by the notion that Warren and I were the first living creatures to invade a lethal silence of centuries. Over the valley's rim, a wan, waning crescent moon peered through the noisome vapors that seemed to emanate from unheard-of catacombs, and by its feeble, wavering beams I could distinguish a repellent array of antique slabs, urns, cenotaphs, and mausolean facades, all crumbling, moss-grown, and moisture-stained. Rumbling engines. All crumbling, moss-grown, and moisture-stained, and partly concealed by the gross luxuriance of the unhealthy vegetation. My first vivid impression of my own presence in this terrible necropolis concerns the act of pausing with Warren before a certain half-obliterated sepulchre, and of throwing down some burdens which we seemed to have been carrying. I now observed that I had with me an electric lantern and 2 spades, whilst my companion was supplied with a similar lantern and a portable telephone outfit. No word was uttered, for the spot and the task seemed known to us. Without delay we seized our spades and commenced to clear away the grass, weeds, and drifted earth from the flat, archaic mortuary. After uncovering the entire surface, which consisted of 3 immense granite slabs, we stepped back some distance to survey the charnel scene, and Warren appeared to make some mental calculations. Then he returned to the sepulchre. And using his spade as a lever, sought to pry up the slab nearest to the... Then he returned to the sepulchre, and using his spade as a lever, sought to pry up the slab lying nearest to a stony ruin, which may have been a monument in its day. He did not succeed, and motioned to me to come to his assistance. Finally, our combined strength loosened the stone, which... He did not succeed, and motioned to me to come to his assistance. Finally, our combined strength loosened the stone, which we raised and tipped to one side. The removal of the slab revealed a black aperture, from which rushed an effluence of miasmal gases so nauseous that we started back in horror. After an interval, however, we approached the pit again, and found the exhalations less unbearable. Our lanterns disclosed the top of a flight of stone steps, dripping with some detestable ichor of the inner earth, and bordered by moist walls encrusted with niter. And now for the first time my memory records verbal discourse, or in addressing me at length in his mellow tenor voice, a voice singularly unperturbed by our awesome surroundings. "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay with me on the surface," he said. "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay on the surface," he said. "But it would be a crime to let anyone with your frail nerves go down there. You can't imagine, even from what you have read and from what I've told you, the things I shall have to see and do. It's fiendish work, Carter, and I doubt if any man without ironclad sensibilities could ever see it through and come up alive and sane." "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay on the surface," he said, "but it would be a crime to let anyone with your frail nerves go down there. You can't imagine, even from what you have read and from what I have told you, the things I shall have to see and do. It's fiendish work, Carter, and I doubt if any man without ironclad sensibilities could ever see it through and come up alive and sane. I don't wish to offend you, and heaven knows I'd be glad enough to have you with me, but the responsibility is in a certain sense mine. I couldn't drag a bundle of nerves like you down to probable death or madness. I tell you, you can't imagine what the thing is really like. I tell you, you can't imagine what the thing is really like. I tell you, you can't imagine what the thing is really like. But I promise to keep you informed. But I promise to keep you informed over the telephone of every move. You see? But I promise to keep you informed over the telephone of every move. You see, I've enough wire here to reach to the center of the earth and back." I can still hear it in memory. Aha, coolly spoken, coolly spoken. "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay on the surface," he said, but it would be a crime to let anyone with your frail nerves go down there. You can't imagine, even from what you have read and from what I've told you, the things I shall have to see and do. It's fiendish work, Carter, and I doubt if any man without ironclad sensibilities could ever see it through and come up alive and sane. I don't wish to offend you, and heaven knows I'd be glad enough to have you with me, but the responsibility is in a certain sense mine. I couldn't drag a bundle of nerves like you down to probable death or madness. I tell you, you can't imagine what the thing is really like. But I promise to keep you informed over the telephone of every move. You see, I've enough wire here to reach to the center of the earth and back." I can still hear in memory those coolly spoken words, and I can still remember my remonstrances. I seemed desperately anxious to accompany my friend into these sepulchral depths. Sepulchral depths, and he proved inflexibly obdurate. At one time he threatened to abandon the expedition if I remained insistent, a threat which proved effective, since he alone held the key to the thing. All this I can still remember, though I no longer know what manner of thing we sought. After he had secured my reluctant acquiescence in his designs, Warren picked up the reel of wire and adjusted the instruments. At his nod, I took one to the ladder and seated myself upon an aged, discolored gravestone close by the newly uncovered aperture. Then he shook my hand, shouldered the coil of wire, and disappeared within that indescribable ossuary. For a moment I kept sight of the glow of his lantern and heard the rustle of the wire as he laid it down after him, but the glow soon disappeared abruptly, as if he turned in the stone staircase. As if it turned in the stone staircase. As if a turn in the stone staircase had been encountered, as if a turn in the stone staircase had been encountered, and the sound died away almost as quickly. I was alone, yet bound to the unknown depths by those magic strands which... I was alone, yet bound to the unknown depths by those magic strands whose insulated surface lay green beneath the struggling beams of that waning crescent moon. In the lone silence of that hoary and deserted city of the dead, my mind conceived of In the lone silence of that hoary and deserted city of the dead, my mind conceived the most ghastly fantasies and illusions, and the grotesque shrines and monoliths seemed to assume a hideous personality, a half-sentience. Amorphous shadows seemed to lurk in the darker recesses of the weed-choked hollow, and to flit as if in some blasphemous ceremonial procession past the portals of the mouldering tombs in the hillside, shadows which could not have been cast by that pallid, peering crescent moon. I constantly consulted my watch by the light of my electric lantern, and listened with feverish anxiety at the receiver of the telephone, but for more than a quarter of an hour heard nothing. Then a faint clicking came from the instrument, and I called down to my friend in a tense voice. Apprehensive as I was nevertheless unprepared for the words which came up from that uncanny vault in accents more alarmed and quivering than any I had heard previously. Apprehensive as I was nevertheless unprepared for the words which came up from that uncanny vault in accents more alarmed and quivering than any I had. Apprehensive as I was nevertheless unprepared for the words which came up from the uncanny vault in accents more alarmed and quivering than any I had heard before from Harley Warren. He who had so calmly left me a little while previously, now called from below in a shaky whisper more portentous than the loudest shriek. God, if you could see what I am seeing. I could not answer. Speechless, I could only wait. Then came the frenzied tones again. Carter, it's terrible. Monstrous. Unbelievable. This time my voice did not fail me, and I poured into the transmitter a flood of excited questions. Terrified, I continued to repeat. Warren, what is it? What is it? Once more came the voice of my friend, still hoarse with fear, and now apparently tinged with despair. I can't tell you, Carter. It's too utterly beyond thought. I dare not tell you. No man could know it and live. No man could know it and live. Great God. I never dreamed of this. Stillness again, save for my Stillness again, save for my now incoherent torrent of shuddering inquiry. Then the voice of Warren in in a pitch of wilder consternation. "Carter, for the love of God, Carter, for the love of God, put back the slab and get out of this if you can. Quick, leave everything else and make for the outside. It's your only chance. Do as I say, and don't ask me to explain." I heard. It was able only to repeat my frantic questions. Around me were the tombs and the darkness and the shadows. Below me, some peril beyond the radius of human imagination. But my friend was in great But my friend was in greater danger than I, and though I fear if... But my friend was in greater danger than I, and... But my friend was in greater danger than I, and through my fear I felt a vague resentment that he should deem me capable of deserting him under such circumstances. More clicking, and after a pause, a piteous cry from Warren. "Beat it! For God's sake, put the slab and beat it! Beat it! For God's sake, put the slab and... Beat it! For God's sake, put back the slab and beat it, Carter!" Something in the boyish slang of my evidently stricken companion unleashed my faculties. I formed and shouted a resolution. "Warren, brace yourself! I'm coming down!" But at this offer, the tone of my auditor changed to a scream of utter despair. "Don't! You can't understand! It's too late! And my own fault! Put back the slab and run! There's nothing else you or anyone can do now!" The tone changed again, this time acquiring a softer quality, as of hopeless resignation. Yet it remained tense through the anxiety for me. "Quick, before it's too late!" I tried not to heed him, tried to break through the paralysis which held me, and fulfill my vow to rush down to his aid. But his next whisper found me still held inert in the chains of stark horror. "Carter, hurry! It's no use. You must go. Better one than two. The slab." The pause, more clicking, and the faint voice of Warren. "Nearly over now. Don't make it harder. Cover up those damned steps and run for your life. You're losing time. So long, Carter. Won't see you again." Here, Warren's whisper swelled into a cry that gradually rose to a shriek, fraught with all the horrors of the ages. "Curse these hellish things! Legions! My God! Beat it! Beat it! Beat it!" After that was silence. I know not how many interminable aeons I sat stupefied, whispering, muttering, calling, screaming into that telephone. Over and over again through those aeons, I whispered and muttered, called, shouted, and screamed, "Warren! Warren! Answer me! Are you there?" And then there came to me the crowning horror of all, the unbelievable, unthinkable, almost unmentionable thing. I said that aeons seemed to elapse after Warren shrieked forth his last despairing warning, and that only my own cries now broke the hideous silence. But after a while there was a further clicking in the receiver, and I strained my ears to listen. Again I called down, "Warren! Are you there?" Then, in answer, heard the thing which has brought this cloud over my mind. I do not try, gentlemen, to account for that thing, that voice, nor can I venture to describe it in detail, since the first words took away my consciousness and created a mental blank which reaches to the time of my awakening in the hospital. Shall I say that the voice was deep, hollow, gelatinous, remote, unearthly, inhuman, disembodied? What shall I say? It was the end of my experience. It is the end of my story. I heard it and knew more. I heard it and knew no more. Heard it as I sat petrified in that unknown cemetery in the hollow, amidst the crumbling stones and the falling tombs, the rank vegetation and the miasmal vapors. Heard it well up from the innermost depths of that damnable open sepulchre as I watched amorphous necrophagous shadows dance beneath an accursed waning moon. And this is what it said. You fool. Warren is dead. And there we have it. The Statement of Randolph Carter by H.P. Lovecraft. As I understand it, this is one of his earlier pieces, done in 1918? Let me double check that. I definitely do not want to misquote that date. Let's see. And what do we call that? Published in 1920. Close, very close. So, the Statement of Randolph Carter, published in 1920. What can't be said in the high praises of Lovecraft? The most fantastic, literally, in the direct sense, writer of the ages. A writer of the ages is he. And with that, even these things which were published in amateur pulp magazines were some of the most brilliant and let me actually say the right word. Brilliant and scintillant writers of horror, science fiction, and really some of the base ideas of all pieces of short story novella, and even greater, had got their starts. And if they had not gotten their starts there in such early times, they laid the foundations for those which every other, to include myself, now follow in the paths of, even if it is not in the particular genre of horror, or something quite so abstract. The writing style is decidedly Lovecraft. It pulls in the directness, almost as if writing a genuine account, as the name of this piece suggests, the statement of what has happened, usually from the perspective of one who has survived an encounter with these paranormal, these abnormal things and creatures, these crossings between the world of spirit and the world of corporeality as we know it. The structure is positively remarkable, masterful, short, sweet, to the point, and yet with just enough diversity about it that it grants texture in that specific Lovecraftian way. The utilization of the verbiage and lexicon is multifarious. The poetic illustrations that come from the combination of these, the synthesis thereof, breathtaking. And while there is a lot of piling on to the glory of Lovecraft, out of, I believe at this point, tradition, as I am doing here, to rekindle some of that appreciation for it in a more direct manner than simple proxy, as we have seen in the many derivations or descendants of Lovecraft's kind of work, or by simple hearsay. There is untold depiction, analysis, anatomization of the thing that can be taken in whole or in part as a set or as its elements, and constructed in one own style, as we all do, as we all must, for the aforementioned reasons. And such is the statement of Randolph Carter. And now, are we crafting some love this stream? Yes, we are, Egg. We are positively, indeed, crafting some love. Some love for Lovecraft. For all of the aforementioned reasons. He is just the father of horror, par excellence, and not merely on the laurels of some unearned prestige, but for all of the right reasons. And looks like we spent an hour on that. We will do a little bit more Roadwarden. Just a little bit. I think I'll try and cap this off at maybe 3.5 hours, 4, depending on if we're running a little bit long. Let's go to the just cam. See if this is set up as such. Come back over to the baseline just to see how it's padded. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know why in particular. If any of you are wondering, the program that I use for this is Sumatra. It's fantastic, open source, and has a lot of customization options. But one of the curious things is that it does not always keep the bookmarks open on the side, so that changes the orientation of the pages themselves. And with that, let's come back to the game and put back up our volume. Let's see if it's still going to record. Hey! No technical difficulties for a change. Glad to see that. Still recording this sound just right. You're surrounded by sunlight. Your back begs you to stand up. Before you fully wake up, you smell a roast. No, burning meat. Burning, rotten meat. Disgust crawls towards your consciousness. You stand up. Although you would dust off your cape and blanket, but your instincts are stronger than your routine. Your horse is looking around nervously. Your bags are where you had left them. You see an open gate. I go outside to see what's happening. That's not good. Both soldiers are standing near a humble pyre. The man in the shirt looks at it contemplatively. Tully is the first one to address you. Kairos, She greets you with a nod. We use the horse as manure for the flames, so don't worry about cleaning it up. You see a corpse among the flames. It's impossible to tell if it belongs to a male or female, but it was an adult. The burning process won't be over for a couple more hours. A traveler or an undead? The latter. A young one. She lacked the pneuma to understand that she couldn't get inside the camp without climbing. I stabbed her with a spear from a safe distance. She shifts her weight. The latter. A young one. She lacked the pneuma to understand that she couldn't get inside the camp without climbing. I stabbed her with a spear from a safe distance. She shifts her weight. One more fog and she'd be a real threat. Even now it took a couple of hits to knock her down. Sooner or later, every human shell wakes up, gaining more strength with each soul it devours, and each moment it spins in the fogs. Burning the dead is not just a religious practice, it's a necessity. Soldiers, priests, village mayors, even road wardens, making a large pyre takes a lot of time, but it saves lives. Tulia calls this undead a she. Most Unites hesitate to do so. Time for me to leave. Finally, for the first time that I've seen expressly, a setting takes the undead threat seriously. Far too often, I have seen in all manner of settings, that there is such a thing as the undead, and that the undead are not some mere freak happenstance that transpires out of the blue. Maybe someone performs some ill magic in the midst of nowhere, where it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of willpower and expertise. But just ambiently, and that they continue to go stronger time over time, whether by feeding or some other mechanism. Finally, a setting that takes it seriously and, as you would expect, puts that into a proper faith. Alright. Let's take a quick look. We're hesitant to trust you. Your face is dirty. You don't say. Nourishment is 1 out of 4. Vitality, you should take a break. I would if I could. Running away from the reek, huh? I don't blame you. She looks again at the fire. Find us here if you learn what happened to Asterion. We leave once the fall comes, if not sooner. Safe travels. These words make you stop. An old farewell, mocked in a number of songs and tales, but yet you hear no scorn in Tolia's voice. She observes the fire with one hand on her hip, the other one on her chin. Thoughtful lieutenant. I prepare myself for the journey. You gather your equipment and spend half an hour warming up and preparing your mount. Double-checking the buckled straps, you put on your gambeson and make sure your axe is tightly attached to your belt. Then get in the saddle. Palfrey knickers, ready to leave. It's time for you to get to the crossroads, north from here. And finally, we have our travel button. And one whole day spent. I need to ride north. Travel forward to continue your journey. Once you're done with the north, speak to Tolia to return to Hovlavan. We shall. Even at a later hour, you wouldn't expect to meet any travelers in the valley. The warm summer breeze lures your mount forward, but the serene chirping of birds is quickly replaced by the distracting screeches and gurgles coming from further down the path. You soon find the pack of 4-legged griffins. They're larger than foxes, and merge the features of birds and furred beasts. Each one is of a different size, coat, and colors, and their temperaments are just as varied. Their fronts are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker fur. Their wings are massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. About 24 beasts are yelling, brawling, and chasing each other around, blocking your path. And now, surely, I'm not the only one who reflects upon old games of yore like Oregon Trail, or even some like Oregon Trail, or even some of the more contemporary reduxes like Oregon Trail that had a bit of a limelight for a time, and sees something like this screen, and it just brings a smile to your face. Unlike some, I actually really like travel in RPGs, be they tabletop or video game. The dice icons. The die icon marks the actions that involve a random chance. I like that they actually did factor in the grammatic agreement that would come with the singular die. On occasion, you can use the scholar's education to unlock unique interactions. I'm curious. Knowledge. Thanks to your education, you can read and practice alchemy. I hope so. You can't enter the forest blindly. If these or other creatures were to chase after you, the thicket would be disastrous for your horse. There are reasons why travelers stay as close to the main roads as possible, and why adventurers move in groups. Usually, the safest approach would be to stay where you are and just wait for the pack to get hungry. It may, however, take up to a couple of hours. Thinking about your conversation with Talia, you've got a lot to do, and time may be of the essence. I take my axe and hurry the horse. If we ride fast enough, we should be fine. I should stay here. Better safe than sorry. Well, I really don't care for either one of these, that's for sure. And my knowledge is useful here. I mix black powder with gladden that grows nearby and the dried skunk sorrel from my bag. Once I ignite it and throw it at the griffins, they'll scatter. Brilliant use of alchemy! Where almost all skills in many games tend to be focused on combat, the applications of it outside in the various ways that are available to one. Much as I was pointing out about the candle in the inventory that comes with your provisions. There is a plenty opportunity afoot. If you think about it just a little. Player, writer, or game master. I'll do that, thanks. Ooh, character sheet. You can learn more about your abilities. Okay, let's see. This doesn't really tell me very much, in fact. That's a very nice summary we've got there, up at the top. After years spent on studying old codices and training, to help the local villages, and to make this region safer for the locals and newcomers alike, and delivers something of a sort of misty vibe to it. And refreshes the individual if they should have lost their place, much as the journal does as well, serving as something of a codex. Most city folk feel aversion toward black powder, and you touch it with great care. The odor of the plants makes you feel dizzy, but what's more important is that the griffins have wolf-like sensitivity to smells and noises. A few of the beasts turn their heads towards you as you approach the pack with a bag in your hand. You ignite your missile and throw it forward. At first, the creatures surround the source of smoke, but then growl in disgust, even putting their beaks to the ground. They flee, allowing you to continue your journey. I climb on the horse and cover my nose. I really need to find a proper alchemy set, you bet. Yes, we do. The road splits. According to what the soldiers have told you, you may find a safe inn by turning left. The forest to the right is lush, and the trail overgrown. Kids used to have this song. How'd it go? The harshest pathway leads to the dragon's lair. Those who search for treasure, do you truly dare? The signpost in front of you doesn't make your situation much clearer. It was put here by someone who can't write, for folks who can't read. Covered in old red paint, it points east. Blood there, as people say. Danger to be found. There's not a soul to ask for guidance. That is some beautiful pixel art. Really well done, not in the small bit ranges, but actually making something of a proper environment, a real painting. Has always been the style that I've preferred, and something I've even tried my hand at a few times, with some success. Now look at my horse. What's its name? Definitely not Sodal. Alright, so I see two who are watching right now, and I know there's a little bit of a delay for the stream. I know that there is Egg in here, almost certainly, and I do not know who the second is. Decide between yourselves. Whoever claims it first, whoever says first here, I will name the horse after them. My trustiest steed, guiding me through the deepest of dark forests and illest of sepulchrous depths. Meanwhile, I will catch myself up of coffee, as I have been only on my first cup so far. I'll give it a few seconds, in case one is not here to actually attend to it. I know often that, especially with the way that I do go about the streams, it does make for good background noise, even if something that you aren't glued to the screen about. Which I'm just as happy for. I tend to listen to a lot of podcasts and streams of the like in the background too. It's good stuff indeed. And if not that, it's got to be audiobooks. Or lectures, either or. Let's see. I'll come over to the stream. No, I don't think that we have anyone currently capable of responding. So I will go with Egg, as they are the first individual who had made a comment. Egg is peaceful as you stroke its mane. Maybe it can't help you choose a path, but you've spent many years together. Happy to go on, takes a couple of steps forward. You spot a few berry bushes and wild cabbages, but they still need at least 2 weeks to gain maturity. Time to make a turn. And so we shall. What's that say? Ah, a landmark proper. And a little marker for us, the character. I suspect this will carry on, but just from this point immediately, that we have very much something of vehicles. That we have something of a war map here further cements the aesthetic connection to our journey as it was set to us by the guilds back in Pavlovon. That we are intended to be an exploitative scout for their intelligence for exploitation and annexation, if at all possible. Well done. Well, I do want to see, I do need to get to the inn so I can rest, because I am ruined at this point, and I need a bath sometime fierce. Egg trots with ease, unbothered by the few branches covering the beaten road. The bird songs and distant howls draw your attention to the forest, which gets sparser and brighter. You spot boars, roe, deer, and saurians. The sight of a nearby wolf pack worries you, but once you push your hips forward and your palfrey enters a canter, the beasts don't even begin a pursuit. The speed alone will protect you from many dangers. You notice a stone tower, taller than the trees. It must be the inn I've heard about. Boy, I hope so. Inns like this one fit the regions traveled by merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. The stone and lumber must have been transported from far away, and the workers, guarded by expensive mercenaries, surely lived for many seasons in a primitive hamlet, subsisting on salted supplies. There are seemingly no cracks in the wall, and the building was whitewashed only a few years back. The road is wide and beaten. Dozens of souls couldn't hide, if not in the buildings, then at least in the yard. The expenses and labor put into this fortress were worth many trading ships. 3 armed people are on the ramparts, though you only see what's above their waistline. They're leaning on the parapet, right next to the gate, and you think you notice a glimpse of a smile. They wear gambesons, each one of them dyed differently: yellow, green, and linen gray. Another element that is worthy of notation from the devs, is that they actually have the buildings whitewashed and the roofs thatched. Now, a thatched roof is not something that is so uncommon. In fact, it's downright regular. But to have it directly in combination with whitewashed walls, as it was done to protect the stonework underneath and prevent any kind of destruction thereabouts. Not to mention that it isn't pristine in some sort of fantastic, what's the word I'm looking for? Pristine condition. Shows that even someplace as passing as this inn is something they is given the proper attention and consideration for its place in the realm. I approach the gate. A woman in yellow armor leans forward. She has long, curly, disorderly red hair, pointing in every possible direction. This combination of colors doesn't work at all. In the woods, one would have to shout to draw this much attention. There's still a fair distance between the two of you, but she speaks loudly. I hadn't seen a horse for years now. I just said that it's weird to see such a large jackass, huh? Her voice is young and strong, with an accent that reminds you of the villages spread around Hovlavon. I'd no jackass would wear a saddle, I'd say. She exchanges a few words with the male guard wearing green, giving you time to move closer. Ah, this one here says there really are donkey saddles. Say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse? We'll be playful here, I think. I laugh. You wouldn't believe it. The lessons were a pain. You get off your horse and imitate the silly walk from the day that followed your first long journey, when your whole shell was crying. You illustrate the pain as you move your hand from your back to your hip, then thighs. In return, the guards tell you about the time that they had to carry their friend with bitten-off legs for 3 days straight through the heart of the woods. Meanwhile, the other guard opens the gate. You may be in a good mood. The woman in the yellow jacket smiles at you. But don't get so noisy when you talk at our boss. But don't get so noisy when you talk to our boss. The man never smiles. He has the world's suffering sculpted on his face. She leads you under the roof, under which your palfrey can rest, tethered with a cord to a wooden post, near some old hay. Once you're ready, go inside. Speak with our boss. Maybe you're hungry? The other guards take care of various chores. They peek at your mount every now and then as they're splitting firewood, cleaning their clothes, weeding the garden patches, and moving chairs. 2 of them are making a rope. You head toward the inn, hearing the piercing scream of a boar from the other side of the yard. I open the door. The locked windows make the air stuffy, and the weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. The muscular man is sweeping the floor near the stairs, but after he glances at you, he leans the broom against the wall and heads behind the counter. If you are at an inn in the morning, you can spend the entire day on resting. I think I probably will need to do that. Yeah, I'm not looking very good. You're lucky to show up. His voice is deep and soft, with a city-like accent. He observes you with keen attention, yet avoids your eyes. I have a keg of decent ale, wormwood, bark myrtle, juniper pennies, cat's foot. He fills a mug carefully and puts it on the countertop. It's going to spoil soon. Today, maybe. We don't drink here before the even. I hate to see the good stuff go to waste. His skin is dark, almost purple, rare even among the southern tribes, and his hair is naturally bluish. His clothes are quite fancy for manual labor. The elegant tunic wouldn't stand out in the city square. I stand at the counter. The planks let out a creak after every step you make, so you slow down a bit. You would swear that the innkeeper made little to no noise. Here you go. He pushes the mug forward. But just so you know, my pelt of the north doesn't belong to Hovlavan. You can sleep on the floor if you wish so, but if you want a bed or a meal, you'll have to pay. We may have some leftovers from dinner, but I'll need to check. I'm definitely I think I'll go with distance. I won't stay here for long, I introduce myself. He nods and fills another mug, this time with water. I guess there's no point to waiting for Asterion then. I'm glad to see someone taking his place. If my crew here hits the road only if they need to see the healers of Heldersdale, and they're more than resourceful. The Roadwarden is always going to find work here in the north, but maybe not on the eastern road. He takes a mouthful of water and drinks it with a pleased sigh. There are no guests here at this time, or hardly ever. I can take a short break. For a brief moment, he meets your eyes. I'm drinking that ale. I could absolutely go for it. And a drink of my own in person to match. The dark room and wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a The dark room and the wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a chestnut. The lee in spring hits your nose, and the first sip is even too complex, too flowery. While the brewer has used fancy ingredients, the exotic licorice ruins the aftertaste. Hey, maybe by this character's book, I'd be into that shit. Now you know why there's so much left. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. The innkeeper nods. I was hoping to see someone willing to patrol the roads. Maybe you'll help me with a worrying thought I have. Which is, there are brigands in the woods. place is a stronghold, so I'm not afraid of an open strike. But they've gotten more active in the last 2 years. One day, they may steal our furs, and I've no doubt they're the reason why merchants come here only once. Having bandits around gets expensive. He rubs his hands together, camouflaging his paws. I want you to reach Howlersdale, northwest of here. It's the largest settlement around. I'm sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask Dice, the mayor, about Glaucia, that bloodthirsty wolf or a woman. That bloodthirsty wolf of a woman. I've heard rumors about a raid in the north. Glaucia is ready to break the truce with the locals. I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her band. He looks at a nearby dragon bone. Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have the chance. A couple of days won't make much of a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the news. Fine? I nod, or 3? I'll push that. 3. He nods with a smile. What else do you need? I could eat something. Do you have any leftovers? What do you have for sale? Do I have anything you'd like to buy? I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. What can you tell me about the peninsula? I didn't expect to find an inn of this size in a place such as this. About Glaucia's band. Any rumors worth sharing? That's all I need. I go outside. Are our options? I'll try and get some food. Yes, I feed them to our boar. I won't give them away for nothing. He tells you to wait. Then leaves the building for a few minutes and returns with a wooden bucket and a long stick ending with a hook. Go through the gate and turn left. You'll see a bunch of bushes. We need some berries. Bring me a bucket full. You'll be done in half an hour or so. Your horse could use a nap anyway. I'll prepare something to fill you. The hook is not made of metal or wood. It's a long, curved claw, almost black. I reach for the tools. Half an hour? That's quite a lot of berry picking. I won't do that. Do I look like someone who forages for berries? That's a time cost, but it might save us money. The tools are cold, not too heavy. You notice a pair of thick gloves at the bottom of the bucket. Ah, the berries are not a problem. You can keep your smirks. Unlike the snakes, better scare them away with a stick or move them with a hook. And protect your hands. Little ones won't eat you, but don't get bitten. I'm sure you know how to be patient. It's time. I have other questions. Alright, let's see what they have to sell. I can go and pick up a few things for you. Some food for your travels to start with. Apples, nuts, sausage. Not too many at once. We need to maintain our supplies. I've got an elk fur I don't need. Its spotter was caught by a pack of red wolves. Nice for a sleeping spot. Just as nice for a wall. An almost untouched bowl of soap. Priceless for a traveler. You can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Made of fine oak ash. Strong. You should have some better supplies before you start your own bathhouse. After you mention you'd like something more useful on these roads, he looks down. I don't have any blades or armor to spare, but if you pay well, I can take one of our crossbows and a bunch of quarrels, a uke bow, wool cords, and a trigger. It's just a little bit of oil. It's as good as you can get without soaking it in magic. Takes a bit of muscle to draw, but even a 16-year-old could handle it. I would sell it cheap, but I'm ready to give a discount to a helpful ally. You take a look at what you have first. Yeah, that's a lot of dragon bones. But the food rations I can do. Got 5 bones. Definitely want to clean up on the travels. It gets folded into the travel set to keep things from getting all kinds of messy. That's nice. And I'll take some quarrels. Very good. I like especially that they call them quarrels properly. with the alternative, of course, acceptable of being bolts rather than arrows. You know, it's a crossbow that I'm to be firing here, not a bow. The attention to detail in Roadwarden continues to impress. Let's see if they have anything I could sell them. You pull out some items, but the innkeeper shakes his head. I don't need those, nor could I sell them to anyone. I'd rather make coins than waste them, so bring me something of value. Different traders are interested in different goods. They will purchase only some of the things you have to sell, and their offers may vary. Inconvenient for the gameplay, but a good simulatory value. Pack my things. He nods. Okay, I'm looking for Asterion. Give me some news about that. How do you know? He goes to the table and invites you to sit down with him. I don't think I'm going to be of much help. He rests his elbow on the table and grunts quietly to clear his throat. But I do want you to find him, so... When asked about his intentions, he measures his words. Asterion and I made a risky deal. Well, a very promising one. Last time he was here, he took 50 coins, my half of the investment. He knocks on the table with his fist anxiously. If you get me my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed after bringing me the news. Could it be that Asterion stole the coins and ran away? He looks out a window and starts to play with a shutter. I just think Asterion ain't the kind of soul that would do such a thing. For him, it wasn't much of a fortune, and I'd risk saying he had earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a Roadwarden to make connections. He always had places to go, things to take care of. He rubs the table with his thumb, as if trying to clean an invisible stain. I've asked travelers. I've sent a couple of my pals to find him. No real news. I know he stayed in White Marshes for a day and was meant to do something for the people there. It's a village in the northwest, just down the main road until you reach the bogs, then enter them. You may get there before dusk. So, let me know once you find anything, and we may yet return to this whole investment thing. I'll think about it. That's a nice update. You know, I could use some more information about the peninsula. What could anyone say? This place doesn't even have a name. Unless there's an old book in an archive that no soul knows about. You know what I'd call everything from here to the coast? A hunting ground. He glances at your eyes. But it's not us, though. But it's not us who hunt. Keep that in heart. And the beasts in all shapes and forms. His words gain confidence slowly, which is strengthened by his deep voice. I've lived in this inn for over 10 years now, and I've only seen a couple of roads, a couple of places. It's just, once you get here and you see how harsh it is to hit the road, you have only more reasons to stay at the warm stove, behind the wall, even if it's suffocating. He looks towards the windows. I'm sure you've heard a lot already. People don't build hamlets anymore. There's no more ibexes from the south, and the traders stay for only a few days. All our iron is used for cauldrons, not swords or tools. What will I find out west? Well, there are hills nearby. Then you'll find a village, maybe an hour away from here. It was destroyed by beasts almost a decade ago. Nothing to see there. The goblins live there now, so most people just travel around it. They say it's haunted, but who knows? Who cares? He crosses his arms and starts to sway back and forth, gathering his thoughts. You'll get to a large tree on the edge of the swamp. For the locals, it's sacred. You're not used to hearing someone mention pagans as if there's nothing unusual about them. Not used to hearing someone mention pagans as if there's nothing unusual about them. There's a small path south, which leads to an old mine in the mountains. Nothing to find there. The Keep riding north and you'll find Howler's Dell, set at a clean brook. Farmers live there and flauns and druids. I'll let you stay for a night, but they're not cheap. If anyone thinks my prices are bad, it means they ain't been to Ape's Ale. It means they ain't been to the Ape Ale Inn yet. He lets out a gentle smile. I smile politely. I know only a little bit about the next settlement, Pacos. The soil there ain't too fertile, so they work in their quarry and help other settlements build things in exchange for crops. The forest and hills ain't too harsh, but the Seekers have a small monastery nearby, in the mountains. I don't care much about them. They keep to themselves and they don't pay well. The third village is unknown to me. White marshes, set at the bogs. I've heard it smells like a griffin's lair. I've heard a lot of nasty rumors about the place, but I won't share them. I don't want to be a lie spreader. So, 3 villages, really? Now there's the one near the monastery, whatever it's called, and marshes. Don't let their beds and palisades fool you, though. Your people live there. Don't tell them more than you need to. I wonder if it's something you would tell other travelers as well. Well, how about the eastern roads? Are they as rough as I've heard? Pretty much. Don't leave the main road, I'd say. Not so far from here, you'll find an old dolmen. A few of my people had to spend the night there. The monkeys stole food and gods from their bags. It was their fault. One of them had fallen asleep in the middle of his watch. But you know, the eastern forests are wild. The roads are rough. Almost no soul lives there. One day all these roads will be swallowed by the trees again. The furthest my team has ever gone was the home of the enchanters. Stay on track until you reach the crossroads right there, right near an abandoned watchtower. From there, turn east. You'll recognize the place. It's a nice home in a lonely meadow, surrounded by a wall. He looks toward the closed window, then at you again. Kind of like our walls, but simpler, without coating. He lives as a hermit, Eudocia. I don't even know how she survives there. But if you don't have decent coin, you won't find much there. So back to the crossroads. If you turn left instead, you'll see a road. People stay away from it. It connects to the tower and the monastery, a shortcut between the 2 sides of the peninsula. I was warned by the locals not to use it. It already belongs to the beasts. How about the northern coast? I only know about another inn. It's far from here, maybe a day on foot, a bit less from the eastern side. His eyes once again focus on the floor. I've never been there, but I've heard it's a safe place, close to the villages of fishers and hunters, though I don't know much about them. That's all I need. And let's ask about the inn. So you know a thing or two after all. His mocking tone is soon replaced by a gentle smile. It was built long before we arrived. It didn't work out well for the previous owners. Once the war ended, they left. Enough travelers, bad trade, the villagers stick to themselves. We, however, came prepared, and now we're prospering. When you ask him how they can afford all the supplies, he runs his fingers through his dark hair. Not against running an inn, but we don't rely on guests. We're the ones doing all the trading. The hunters are a clever bunch and they stay safe in the forest. In exchange for furs, claws, and bones, we get what we need, and more. Both from the south and the north. He relaxes in his chair. We have a good life here. We spent a whole lot on armor, crossbows, lumber, spears, but in another 10, maybe 20 years, we'll have enough savings to move to Hovlevad and not work for another day of our lives. We take risks, but smartly. The team is stronger than ever. I have big plans for us. Well, that's interesting choices. It's surprising to find a purple-skinned man so far in the north. Or is there a good story behind the inn's name? I'll go with the first one in order, I suppose. I ain't seen a soul looking like this since my ma died. He shrugs. Not a fascinating tale. Let's just say I wasn't part of the invasion. Yet I'm glad it freed all who were chained by the cities and their corsairs. He looks at the wall. I'm Lassen, by the way, but I rarely hear the name. You know, that finally connects. Yeah, I suspected. Cities? Corsairs? I'm not so sure if I feel very, very pleasantly about the city's authorities and all. I'm glad I picked what I did for helping the people. I'm pretty sure I'm going to turn coat if given half the chance against my original duties by the guild. And what about the story behind the inn's name? I mean, there's a story, but... I mean, there's a story, but not a good one. He clears his throat. For years I wanted to have an inn called Pelt, but in my city it would be in bad taste. Taverns and inns named with a single word were cheap and had a nasty reputation. There was the Claw and Maugre, Basilisk, and Blissful, I think. The good places used at least 2 words. Empty Barrel, a Rose, and a Helmet. Empress Smile, Pighead was the exception. It was a real dive. He chuckles. In my soul, it's still just a pelt. Pelts are what we came here for and will make us reach our goals. And now the other questions. About Glaucius. He freezes, observing your hand silently. He wants me to get the answer from the mayor of Howler's Den. I'm on it. Any rumors worth sharing? He crosses his arms. I don't like to talk about people who ain't nearby, but you know what they're doing. What are you wondering about? Tell me about... Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. We actually get to type in a name here. That calls back to an olden time long since past. Use your keyboard to name people that you're interested in. I surely shall. Let's ask about Tolia. Actually, did I misspell it? Let's see. People. Tolia. Yes. Tolia. I ain't seen Tolia in quite some time. Since her squad vanished in the fog, she's been careful. Glad to know she's still alive. She's too inexperienced to lead others to battle, I think. He shrugs. Like most people, she needs to follow others. But she already knows that. There's nothing worse than a fighter too stupid to limit their ambitions. And, let me ask about... I guess I could ask him about himself. That would be interesting. I wonder if they coded something in for that. How about telling me about Lassen? I asked Lassen. I don't know them. Very good. I love that. That is well done. You know, I'll ask about my steed. I don't know egg. No egg known. Okay, let's see then. I suppose I could ask about Asterion. Well, not a large man, but broad-shouldered. Red hair and beard. I don't know what to say. He raises a muscled arm and places a hand on the back of his head. He was a fine fellow, but I doubt he's alive. He always tried to stay away from things, let's say. People knew him, but he didn't really have allies. Maybe the locals know what happened to him, yet decided not to help him. Or they wanted to get rid of him. He leans forward, looks at his boots. Asterion was a fine man, a quiet one, but not dumb. He aided me many times, not for free, of course. When he couldn't finish the job, it was for damn good reasons. And you know what? He looks you in the eyes. He was scrupulous, patient, and if be shocked if he died because of some mistake of his. Maybe the bandits got to him. Why not? Interesting. I'll take their original advice and ask about the Empress. What do you mean? You're trying to find her after all these years? He chuckles. The Empress is gone, and she will never be back. She's as dead as shit. Curious. Is there anything in the journal about the Empress? Groups of places. Not seeing anything here. Glossary. There's magic, religion, daily life. I appreciate that it is simply called daily life. That's good. Now, I guarantee, if I trolled through all of these, I could find, aha, perfect, something like that. But that would not make for an especially interesting playthrough, I think. It'd take a many hours to get through that, and I don't know how that would fare very much with people, but it's an interesting idea anyhow. I'll read this log just because we have been here. Emperors and Empresses. The North used to be ruled by an emperor or an empress. They, or rather the court, were chief of the capital city, the head of the United Church, and the commander-in-chief. While the villagers were aware of the existence of the court, almost none of them ever had an opportunity to see the royal faces. The 10 cities united the city folk, but the vast majority of the common folk felt attached only to their villages, or to the larger tribe to which their settlement belonged, and called themselves the Northerners. The rule of the emperors was shaped by 1,500 years of tradition. Ideally, the most suitable candidate was elected by the 10 chiefs of the cities, but thanks to the nepotism and power held by the court, almost all of the elected emperors belonged to a small group of royal families. Losing in the southern invasion has discredited the position of the emperors. The ruling empress has disappeared and never officially lost her position. At first, her duties were carried out by the court and city chiefs, but after their army lost to the Southerners, the first usurpers came to the surface. The interregnum, political intrigues, rivalry, and assassinations brought the city folk to the point where they are losing their faith in the state. That puts a nice little notch in explaining not only who the leaders of this whole city organization are, but their position insofar as the authority of states, giving us an expression of the structure as well as the nature of the surrounding of the separate city folk from all of the rest of the dispersed and multifarious common folk. Gives us a good peek into how exactly this is all set up. Let's get back to that. How about Hovlavon? I probably misspelled that again. Goofed up as I am. Alright, let's see. Groups of places. Hovlavon. Did I not spell that right? Hovlavon. Yeah, okay. I guess I can't ask about places, but people at least. Well, I've only gotten a few names. How about the enchantress? Oh, Eudocia is crazy. She lives in a lonely house all by herself, skinny and dirty like a corpse eater, surrounded by golems. Never smiles, never cries. One of those. She never leaves her home, and if you see it from far away, it looks abandoned. A few times a year, people travel to it and trade barrels of food for magical items. Good to know. There's no chance, since I tried to ask about places before, that I can ask about that monastery. Okay, some places then, but not Hovlavon. monks are unusual. I've heard they live in isolation, locked in their mountain like prisoners. My team saw wagons from old pagos that were carrying wood and stone to the monastery, but I don't know what for. He scratches his head. We were also invited to a wedding that took place in the village. They were reciting lines from rites tablets. Didn't feel like some forbidden heresy. You feel me? At least the monks know a lot about alchemy. Their potions play a big part during our hunting trips. That sounds like allies I could use. Okay. Old Pagos. Okay. So it was just because they were related that we were finding people from the monastery. Alright, fair dues. Fair the dues. Alright, I think that's about it. That's all I need. Thank you much. You step outside. Egg is lazily looking around. You hear the clinking of tools coming from the armorer's workshop. Okay, let's see. I go to the well. The recently renovated wooden roof covers the well from rain and birds. One of the guards is enjoying the cold drink he drew with a bucket and tells you to use only as much water as is necessary. The oak ash soap you own can help you get cleaner. You need 3 pieces of bathing equipment to get more out of this place? I guess so. It has been said throughout the course of various lines of text that we have not only the pneuma, but the shell, and we regard the physique, as it might be called in the Panatrivium, as such, the shell of the individual. That the vernacular dialect has even a place in the text options that we have at our disposal shows not only a certain commitment to the lore and world that is being laid out, but also to the dialect, linguistic affections, which are different from our very own in real life. My clothes definitely do not need any washing, I guess. That's interesting. And I'll wash me. Splashing yourself with cold water from a bucket won't take away your smell, but it's enough to remove the tallow and sweat from your skin, or mud stains from your clothes. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. I will forage for some berries and food. The innkeeper knew what he was talking about. He put on the gloves and looked through the bushes from a safe distance. It doesn't take long before you notice the first serpent lying on a rock somewhere in the thicket. The creatures are not that large, and even if some of them hiss at you or slither closer, the jams of the hook keep them at a distance. You don't know much about these berries. They are round and reddish. You wouldn't trust such a color even if you were looking for food in the wilderness. The plants don't have thorns, but the leaves are harsh, so you make sure to thoroughly cover your skin with your clothes. You have to look through many bushes to fill the bucket, but the presence of insects and snakes doesn't allow you to relax. I'll use my knowledge here. I notice a shrub that's not like the others. One of these shrubs is not like the others. Ooh, marshmallows. Interesting. One of the bushes in the back has more berries than the others. They're purple. As you squeeze one of them, you recognize that these are marshmallows. In small amounts, they are added to pies, sauces, and beverages, known for their delicate sourness and sweetness, unique but not intrusive. Still, eating a cup of them will make one sick if not poisoned. You're surprised to see them in a meadow, not far away from a wetland. You could use them at an alchemy table, if you can find it. For now, you put a fistful into one of your jars. The others are still a bit greenish. I gather the berries and return to the glade. You You've returned to the courtyard. 2 of the guards are participating in a friendly skirmish. Their wrestling is accompanied by a crowd. A crowd of who? Alright. Here we are. Here's your berries, boss. Ah, that's nice to see. Great. He peeks her inside the bucket. I got cabbage stew with a few goose chunks for you. I'd serve it even to merchants if there were any around. The meal is warm and filling. It's well seasoned and not overcooked. And like I've said, I rarely have food to spare, but feel free to ask if you ever stop by. You may be lucky, and I've been cooking my whole life. I'm gonna thank that fellow, of course. And how did that old hook of mine work out for you? I see you still have your hands. I can keep it? If I lie? Oh. That's a terrible trade. I wouldn't want to do it. I give him the hook. I'm fine. I'd like to buy it from you as an option. He narrows his eyes. Can't you make one for yourself? Just name your price. I won't have time for it, and I hate snakes. It's the claw that grabs my interest, honestly. With the 3 options, and, I won't have time for it. If you say so. I want 2 coins for it, though. It's a damn fine tool. I don't have the coins for it. Forget it. I give him the hook. Or that's too much. I guess so. I don't ask for what it's worth, but what it's worth for me. Alright, well, you can keep it. It'd be nice if there was an option to buy a room, but... Probably a good idea to drop a save, that's for sure. Okay, well, I think I've gotten everything done in the inn. Approach the guards. The woman in yellow armor is kneeling next to a brown, hairy boar, which is resting on its side. The beast is not as large as the dark ones from the forest. It responds to the touch of the human's hand, and brush with grateful grunting and rapid twitches of a hind hoof. No matter how friendly it appears, it's still tethered to the well. You have no doubts that its charge would leave Egg dead in a breath. When the woman notices you, she steps forward to the boar's disappointment. So, new Roadwarden? She points at a window with her chin, forestalling the question. We don't need anything now, but when we travel with our furs, we can use some assistance. She says she may be around 30, but her warm voice and bright smile are camouflaging the touch of time on her unpowdered face. Like many red-haired people with freckles, her skin is unhealthily pale. The boar runs up to her, observing her boots and fruitlessly sniffing for food beneath the beaten ground. She pats its back, but maintains her focus. How about a game or two? We have a bit of time and can talk about this and that. Maybe you'll get a couple of coins, or lose one. She winks. You could play dice, or throw axes at a target. I don't really have coin to lose. But I guess if you've got to lose coin, it's better to not have much in the first place. Let's do axe throwing. Your arrival, and especially the dragon bone you pull out, are cheerfully welcomed. The guards prepare a couple of wooden planks, which are leaned against the wall. There are also spectators, and you're told that the other hunters are either sleeping or have duty on the tower. Remember, no magic, says one of the players. Remember, no magic, says one of the players. His face is deadly serious. There's going to be 4 participants in 8 rounds. You aim at the target drawn with charcoal. The person whose axe lands the closest to the center of the circle gets a point. Axes that fail to stay in the plank don't count. The person who has the most points at the end of the turn becomes the winner. I blend with the group. You talk a lot, but also don't say much. You share casual jokes, memories, and views on luck and optimal strategies. Egg and Tolia's camp are also brought up, but when you ask about the roads or the locals, their stories are vague. The drinks are here. It's a poor beer made from the leftovers after the regular brewing. It's cold, sweet, and doesn't reach your head, but you try to avoid the smell. Just don't spill anything. The poor may get sick, says the opponent with one arm. As a guest, you start with the first throw. Your axe flies well, hitting the very middle of the painted target and piercing the plank with a pleasant thud, which makes it really difficult for the other players to outperform you. A minute later, you've won the first round, but you can't expect to be that lucky every time. And all I can do is try my best. After a long series of misses, you finish with 1 point, in the second last place. You give the gasping winner your dragon bone. Cheers, he says, but he doesn't make a big deal out of it. The light-hearted comments of the other losers lighten up the mood, and the guard in yellow armor approaches you with a smile. I'll take that loss. Have you ever been at the heart of the woods? Tell me about yourself. I was foraging for berries for the innkeep. I have some questions about this place, and I will weigh our options. I'll start at the top. Tell me about yourself. We sometimes hunt south from here. There are good hunting grounds on the western half. The second one is too overgrown. Maybe the soil is different. He shrugs, then moves the hair away from her forehead. But it's a risky spot. There are treants there, and wolves, even the fearless ones. And if you have to go through the tall grasses, watch out for what's on the ground. There ain't many archers in the trees. He smiles as if it were a joke. But there are all too many worms, even larger than the water leech. Alright, tell me about yourself then. Oh, what was that? After a brief giggle, her voice gets cold and serious. Now, Roadwarden, we use names and stories among friends. You ain't one. Don't make me tempt curses. Alright. She does not trust me enough to tell me about herself. Fair. In a place like this, I wouldn't either. How about those berries? She chuckles. So I've heard. Don't worry about it. Usually we forage by ourselves. But he wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jumps to people all the time, just to see who agrees to do them. He wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. Well, alright then. Very good. Not much to tell, honestly. There are many beasts around, both wild game and dangerous monsters. We spend our time surrounded by these walls, leaving only to hunt, forage, or trade. Now there's an unusual tower. I'd expect it to be closer to the gate, and shorter. Like in Havlavan? Fair. But it ain't here to protect the gate. This stronghold was built long before we moved in, and not to fight off humans. The tower was meant to be used by those who observe the deep forest, and look out for fires, dragons, and any winged creatures that are looking to roost on the roof. Oddly, she nods towards a man who, indeed, is completely bald. Brother! Has a great eye, and sees well even in darkness. Any interesting creatures living nearby? Ha! Here? Everything lives here. She flips her hair. I swear we saw a few dragons, a unicorn family, a battle between trolls and goblins, face 2 beastmen, oh, and a gargoyle, and a hunting queen shouts all the time. I could tell you about all of them, but I won't. She winks and pats the boar on the head. You know, hunters have their secrets. Your group seems to be quite attached to this boar. How could you not be? She crouches and raises the boar's head, but it steps away and squeals as if someone's murdering it. It came with us from the city, just in case. We had no clue how our first winter would go, so we needed some backup meat. And it works too. Cleans the dirt. She reaches out to the beast again, but it trots away. The one straightens up with a pleased sigh. We haven't needed to eat it so far, but it's also funny. I learned in my home village that the farm boars are getting a bit smaller and more cuddly, kind of like ibexes, so it's not such a wild, dangerous beast. But we don't let it get close to the other animals, and children. What do you usually hunt for? Anything we can eat or sell. If there's a partridge, a squirrel, or a rat, we don't complain. But when we move as a group, we look for something larger. Deers and aurochs are delicious, but we don't always look for taste alone. There's value in bones, antlers, claws, tusks, things people use to make tools or sculptures. We use some of them to make tools and spears. You can never have enough spears. She pauses and looks at a strand of her hair, and suddenly speaks up again. We look for furs, of course. What can I find north from here? I'm sorry, we really don't go to those regions. We stay close to home, but only sometimes move south or west, to Howler's Dell, but only to trade. They're fine with buying more than they need, since they didn't take wares to the coast. She takes a long breath, twirling her hair and gathering her thoughts. You know what? I've never even seen the beach. I've been living here for how many more than 10 years now? She giggles. The only part of the sea I've seen was the old Pagos, which is placed on a hill. I've never put a toe in salt water. She leans forward towards another huntress who confirms that her experience is the same. But old Pagos is a good place. As long as you don't mock their order and act nice, they'll also be kind. Boss says they're too serious for him to stand them, but at least they don't take bite without a reason. Have you heard anything about the necromancers? It's something new. Her voice lowers to a whisper. I've never been to White Marshes, but over the years we've seen people moving away from there south. They told us that the place has changed too much. A priest died, I think, and a new one awakens the dead. Sorry, Roadwarden, that's all I know. If she's hiding something, she sounds convincing. Thanks. She observes you with a hand casually resting on her hip. I am looking for knowledge about wild creatures. Well, I told you our knowledge is valuable. I don't know. She looks at the boar, which seems to be obsessed with a clump of grass growing next to the wall. 15 dragons, no less. Now, is there any discount for friends? Well, depending on the friend. She gives you a radiant smile. Let's say 14. If it's too much for you, maybe ask me after you spend some time around. Show us what you're capable of. Or play dice with this when you have an hour to spare. These folks here. She starts to whisper and points with her thumb at the guards behind. They crave gossip. All right. Well, that's the guards and the armorer. You walk past the wall and find a small open shed, not unlike the stable, with a humble set of tables, carving tools, hammers, sharpening stones, pincers, knives, and other tools. As long as something can be solved by brute force, this place will find a way to do so. There are two people sitting on a long bench. The first one is a male with maybe inch-long hair, a cleanly shaven face, a thin, long yellow tunic, bare legs, and sandals. He ignores your presence, sewing a gambeson with great concentration. The second person is a boy, maybe 15, who's wearing the crude outfit of a farmer. He glances at you, but soon returns to sharpening a long dagger. You imagine that the yellow tunic lady is Shrek, you know? If that's the case, that's certainly that's certainly one friendly Shrek for his character. Greetings! The man raises his head, but it's the boy who speaks, focused on his task. He ain't talking. Tell him what it is that you need. man smiles in confirmation, looks at the piece of garment in his hand, then looks around, shrugs, and returns to you with a raised eyebrow. I made her Scottish based upon the abbreviations, the contractions that were first presented whenever she first came up. It could also be Southern, that is true, though it was denoted as the city folk, and if this setting is much akin to the many other kinds of fantasy selections that are available, it usually tends to lean towards the Brittonic Isles, and that does include the Scotlands. But I like the idea. It is funny, I admit. You know, all Scottish abbreviations are the work of DreamWorks Animation Studios. I could see that, you know? They did master CGI. I do believe that they might very well have simply purchased up all of Scotland, and now here we are. They carry it on by contract and tradition both. I'm in need of your services. Yeah, good. He nods, points at the laces in the front of your jacket, raises his clenched fingers to his shoulders, then gently spreads and lowers them, as if he's taking off a robe. You follow his command and allow him to properly inspect your gambeson. After a few minutes, he gives it back, then reaches for his pouch and pulls out one dragon bone, shrugs, then another one and waves both of them in the air, pursing his lips. He makes a few speech-like noises with his empty mouth, groaning what sounds like, I don't know. I consider his offer. If only I didn't lose that earlier. It's less than ideal. Could you patch my clothes if they were torn? He shakes his head and points at the uneven seams on his own tunic, then grabs a crude bone needle and shows you its broken head. He wouldn't even if he had the tools, says the boy. But you can try in Howler's Den or Gale Rocks. I look at the youngster. Learning the trade, I see. Kind of, he said. He answers reluctantly, but his teacher pats his knee, giving him a harsh look. The kid clears his throat. Yes, but we both ain't masters, you see. There's not a soul to teach us, so once I'm ready, I'll try hunting instead. Fixing things for others is boring. The man grunts a sound, though you don't understand it. Seeing your face, the boy chuckles. He said safe. Let's meet in the middle. Boring, but safe. The man nods. I leave the shed. Well, that's the inn, at least for now. All tidied up and taken care of. Well, and we are crossing into 3 hours, 30 minutes, minus 10 for the delays that we took up. I think that is a perfect point to transition us over into more Lovecraft to get the second short story out of the way. And it's actually about 3 pages shorter, so it'll be a nice tidying wrap-up for today's playthrough analysis and recording. Of course, if only the traffic would calm down for the duration. Or at least quieten down. Alright. So, I will come over to the cam, close out this game after a quick save, plop down a proper slot here since I have failed to do that, only hitting the quick saves, and until another day, next week. In the meantime, we resume with The Unnamable by H.P. Lovecraft. My oh my, that is some tiny text. I'll survive. We were sitting on a dilapidated 17th century tomb in the late afternoon of an autumn day at the old burying ground in Arkham, and speculating about the unnamable, looking toward the giant willow in the cemetery, whose trunk had nearly engulfed an ancient illegible slab. Looking toward the giant willow in the cemetery, whose trunk had nearly engulfed an ancient illegible slab, I had made a fantastic remark about the spectral and unmentionable nourishment which the colossal roots must be sucking from that hoary charnel earth, when my friend chided me for such nonsense and told me that since no interments had occurred there for over a century, nothing could possibly exist to nourish the tree in other than the ordinary manner. Besides, he added, my constant talk about unnamable and unmentionable things was a very puerile device, quite in keeping with my lowly standing as an author. I was too fond of ending my stories with sights or sounds which paralyzed my heroes' faculties and left them without courage, words, or associations to tell what they had experienced. We know things, he said, only through our five senses, or our intuitions, wherefore it is quite impossible to refer any object or spectacle which cannot be clearly depicted by the solid definitions or fact of the correct doctrines of theology, preferably those of the Congregationalist, with whatever modifications tradition and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle may supply. With this friend, Joel Manton, I had often languidly disputed. He was principal of the East High School, born and bred in Boston, and sharing New England's self-satisfied deafness to the delicate overtones of life. It was his view that only our normal objective experiences possess any aesthetic significance, and that it is the province of the artist not so much to rouse strong emotion by action, ecstasy, and astonishment, as to maintain a placid interest and appreciation by accurate, detailed transcripts of everyday affairs. Especially did he object to my preoccupation with the mystical and the unexplained, for although believing in the supernatural much more fully than I, he would not admit that it is sufficiently commonplace for literary treatment, that a mind can find its greatest pleasure in escapes from the daily treadmill and in original and dramatic recombinations of images usually thrown by habit, and fatigue into the hackneyed pattern of actual existence, was something virtually incredible to his clear, practical, and logical intellect. With him all things and feelings had fixed dimensions, properties, causes, and effects, and although he vaguely knew that the mind sometimes holds visions and sensations of far less geometrical, classifiable, and workable nature, he believed himself justified in drawing an arbitrary line, and ruling out of court all that cannot be experienced and understood by the average citizen. Besides, he was almost sure that nothing can be really unnamable. It didn't sound sensible to him. Though I well realized the futility of imaginative and metaphysical arguments against the complacency of an orthodox sun-dweller, something in the scene of this afternoon colloquy moved me to more than usual contentiousness. The crumbling slate slabs, the patriarchal trees, and the centuried gambrel roofs. I feel like I'm probably mispronouncing that. Let me double check that right quick. Let's see. Nope, that is apparently appropriate. Coming from the Old Northern French, meaning leg. Back to it then. I can get rid of that for a moment. The crumbling slate slabs, the patriarchal trees, and the centuried gambrel roofs of the witch-haunted old town that stretched around, all combined to rouse my spirit in defense of my work, and I was soon carrying my thrusts into the enemy's own country. It was not, indeed, difficult to begin a counterattack, for I knew that Joel Manton actually half clung to many old wives' superstitions, which sophisticated people had long outgrown. Beliefs in the appearance of dying persons at distant places, and in the impressions left by old faces on the windows through which they had gazed all their lives. To credit these whisperings of rural grandmothers, I now argued a faith in the existence of spectral substances on the earth apart from and I now To credit these whisperings of rural grandmothers, I now argued a faith in the existence of spectral substances on the earth apart from and subsequent to their material counterparts. It argued a capability of believing in phenomena beyond all normal notions. For if a dead man can transmit his visible or tangible image half across the world, or down the stretch of the centuries, how can it be absurd to suppose that deserted houses are full of queer, sentient things, or that old graveyards teem with the terrible, unbodied intelligence of generations? And since the spirit, in order to cause all the manifestations attributed to it, cannot be limited by any of the laws of matter, why is it extravagant to imagine psychically living dead things in shapes, or absences of shapes, which for most human spectators be utterly and appallingly unnameable? Looks like we've got a little notification. Let me check that right quick. Intriguing. I'm seeing that we're recording here. Okay. Just check the stream. Sounds good on my end. Let's continue. And since spirit, in order to cause all the manifestations attributed to it, cannot be limited by any of the laws of matter, why is it extravagant to imagine psychically living dead things in shapes, or absences of shapes, which must for human spectators be utterly and appallingly unnameable? Common sense, in reflecting on these subjects, I assured my friend with some warmth, is merely a stupid absence of imagination and mental flexibility. Twilight had now approached, but neither of us felt any wish to cease speaking. Manton seemed unimpressed by my... So I've been thinking sandbags recently. You know, it would be a nice thing to have, just lying around, a whole bunch of sand. They're useful for projects, gardening, and perhaps if you need to level things or set up a temporary sort of foundation to something. They're a good place, but unless I'm mistaken, they're also quite good at reflecting sound. And definitely some sort of cable fence so that I can grow up some nice foliage that'll help to block out some of these noises. Coast is clear for now. We'll see if that carries on. Twilight had now approached, but neither of us felt any wish to cease speaking. Manton seemed unimpressed by my arguments and eager to refute them, having that confidence in his own opinions which has doubtless caused his success as a teacher, whilst I was too sure of my ground to fear defeat. The dusk fell, and light faintly gleamed in some of the distant windows, but we did not move. Our seat on the tomb was very comfortable. and I knew that my prosaic friend would not mind the cavernous rift in the ancient, root-disturbed brickwork close behind us, or the utter blackness of the spot brought on by the intervention of a tottering, deserted 17th century house between us and the nearest lighted road. There in the dark, upon that riven tomb by the deserted house, we talked on about the unnamable, and after my friend had finished his scoffing, I told him of the awful evidence behind the story at which he had scoffed the most. There in the dark, upon the riven tomb by my deserted house, we talked on about the unnamable, and after my friend had finished his scoffing, I told him of the awful evidence behind the story at which he had scoffed the most. At which he had scoffed the most. At which he had scoffed the most. My tale had been called The Attic Window. It appeared in the January 1922 issue of Whispers. In a good many places, especially the South and the Pacific coast, they took the magazines off the stands at the complaints of silly milksops. But New England didn't get the thrill, and merely shrugged its shoulders at my extravagance. The thing, it was averred, was biologically impossible to start with, merely another of those crazy country mutterings which Cotton Mather had been gullible enough to dump into his chaotic Magnala Christi Americana, and so poorly authenticated that even he had not ventured to name the locality where the horror occurred. And as to the way I amplified the bare jotting of the old mystic, that was quite impossible and characteristic of a flighty and notional scribber. Mather had indeed told of the thing as being born, but nobody but a cheap sensationalist would think of having it grow up, look into people's windows at night, and be hidden in the attic of a house, in flesh and in spirit, till someone saw it at the window centuries later and couldn't describe what it was that turned his hair gray. All this was flagrant trashiness, and my friend Manton was not slow to insist on that fact. Then I told him what I had found in an old diary kept between 1706 and 1723, unearthed among family papers. Then I told him what I had found in an old diary kept between 1706 and 1723, unearthed among family papers not a mile from where we were sitting. That, another pause. That, and the certain reality of the scars on my ancestor's chest and back which the diary That, and the certain reality of the scars on my ancestor's chest and back which the diary described. I told him, too, of the fears of others in that region, and how they were whispered down for generations on. And how they were whispered down on. I told him, too, that seasonal transition is taking its toll. I told him, too, of the fears of others in that region, and how they were whispered down for generations, and how no mythical madness came to the boy who in 1793 entered an abandoned house to examine certain traces suspected to be there. It had been an eldritch thing. No wonder sensitive students shuddered at the Puritan age in Massachusetts. So little is known of what went on beneath the surface, and little, yet such a ghastly festering as it bubbles up putrescently in occasional ghoulish glimpses. The witchcraft terror is a horrible ray of light on what was stewing in men's crushed brains, but even that is a trifle. There was no beauty, no freedom. We can see that from the architectural and household remains, and the poisonous sermons of the cramped divines. And inside that rusted iron straitjacket lurked gibbering hideousness, perversion, and diabolism. Here truly was the apotheosis of the unnamable. Cotton Mather, in that demoniac sixth book, which no one should read after dark, minced no words as he flung forth his anathema. Stern as a... Okay. This is an old book! It's written at the start of the 1900s. And if you don't know about Lovecraft, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but he was a little bit more racist than many in his times. Very, very xenophobic. There is language strewn across all of his literature, as many authors of the era that are not politically correct. Very, very boldly xenophobic. Sorry to tell you. Some of the very best writing is spiced here and there with a little bit of poison. Well, such as it is. But we continue. Stern as a Jewish prophet, and laconically unamazed as none since his day could be, he told of the beast that had brought forth what was no more than beast. He spoke of the beast that had brought forth what was more than beast, but less than man, the thing with the blemished eye, and of the screaming drunken wretch that hanged for having such an eye. This much he boldly told, yet without a hint of what came after. Perhaps he did not know, or perhaps he knew and did not dare to tell. Others knew, but did not dare to tell. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock on the door in the attic. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock. There is no public hint of why they whispered. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock on the door to the attic in the house of childless. Perhaps he did not know, or perhaps he knew and did not dare to tell. Others knew, but did not dare to tell. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock on the door to the attic stairs in the house of a childless, broken, embittered old man who had put up a blank slate slab. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lack. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock on the door to the attic stairs in the house of a childless, broken, embittered old man who had put up a blank slate slab. By an avoided grave. Although one may trace through evasive legends to curdle the thinnest blood. Although one may trace through enough evasive legends to curdle the thinnest blood. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock on the door to the attic stair in the house of a childless, broken, embittered old man who had put up a blank slate slab by an avoided grave, although one may trace enough evasive legends to curdle the thinnest blood. It is in all that ancestral diary I found, all the hushed innuendos and furtive tales of things with a blemished eye seen at windows in the night, or in deserted meadows near the woods. Something had caught my ancestor on a dark valley road, leaving him with marks of horns on his chest and of ape-like claws on his back, and when they looked for prints in the trampled dust, they found the mixed marks of split hooves and vaguely anthropoid paws. Once a post rider said he had saw an old man chasing and calling to a frightful loping, nameless thing on Meadow Hill in the thinly moonlit hours before dawn, and many believed him. Certainly there was strange talk one night in 1710 when the childless, broken old man was buried in the crypt behind his own house inside of the blank slate slab. They never unlocked the attic door, but left the whole house as it was, dreaded and deserted. When noises came from it, they whispered. When noises came from it, they never unlocked that attic door, but left the whole house as it was, dreaded and deserted. When noises came from it, they whispered and shivered, and hoped that the lock on that attic... When noises came from it, they whispered and shivered, and hoped that the lock on that attic door was strong. Then they stopped hoping when the horror occurred at the Then they stopped hoping when the horror occurred at the parsonage, leaving not a soul alive or in one piece. With the years, the legends take on a spectral character. Where were we? With the years, the legends take on a spectral... With the years, the legends take on a spectral character. I suppose the thing, if it was a living thing, must have died. The memory had lingered hideously, all the more hideous because it was so secret. During this narration, my friend Manton had become very silent, and I saw that my words had impressed him. He did not laugh as I paused, but asked quite seriously about the boy who went mad in 1793, and who had presumably been the hero of my fiction. I told him why the boy had gone to that shunned, deserted house, and remarked that he ought to be interested, since he believed that windows retained latent images of those who had sat at them. The boy had gone to look at the windows of that horrible attic, because the tales of things seemed behind them, and had come back screaming maniacally. I really, really wish walkable cities or bikes are far more popular. They really do. For a number of reasons. Partially because they're very economic and require significantly less infrastructure. They also tend to benefit the environment drastically more by being less taxing, not only to create, maintain, but also to be used. And they make less noise, which I think, well, there are clinical studies that show it is so. They're not good for people, all that noise. But anyway. Hmm. I told him why the boy had gone to that shunned, deserted house, and remarked that he ought to be interested, since he believed that windows retained latent images of those who had sat on them. The boy had gone to look at the windows of that horrible attic, because of tales of things seen behind them, and had come back screaming maniacally. Manton remained thoughtful as I said this, but gradually reverted to his analytical mood. He granted for the sake of argument that some unnatural monster had really existed, but reminded me that even the most morbid perversion of nature need not be unnameable or scientifically indescribable. He granted for the sake of argument that some unnatural monster had really existed, but reminded me that even the most morbid perversion of nature need not be unnameable or scientifically indescribable. I admired his clearness and persistence, and added some further revelations I had collected among the old people. Those latter spectral legends, those later spectral legends, I made plain, related to monstrous apparitions more frightful than anything organic could be. Apparitions of gigantic bestial forms, sometimes visible and sometimes only tangible, which floated about on moonless nights and haunted the old house, the crypt behind it, and the grave where a sapling had sprouted beside an illegible slab. Whether or not such apparitions had ever gored or smothered people to death, as told in uncorroborated traditions, they had produced a strong and consistent impression, and were yet darkly feared by many aged natives, though largely forgotten by the last two generations, perhaps dying for lack of being thought about. Moreover, so far so far as aesthetic theory was involved, if the psychic emanations of human creatures be moreover, so far as aesthetic theory was involved, if the if the psychic emanations of human creatures be grotesque distortions, what coherent representation could express or portray so gibbous and infamous a nebulosity as the spectre of a malign, chaotic perversion? Itself a morbid blasphemy against nature, molded by the dead brain of a hybrid nightmare, would not such a molded by the dead brain of a hybrid nightmare, would not such a vaporous terror constitute in all loathsome truth the exquisitely, the shriekingly unnamable? The hour must now have grown very late. A singularly noiseless hat brushed by me. The hour must now have grown very late. A singularly noiseless bat brushed by me, and I believe it touched Manton also, for although I could not see him, I felt him raise his arm. Presently he spoke. "But is that the house with the attic window still standing and deserted?" "Yes," I answered, "I have seen it." "And did you find anything there, in the attic or anywhere else?" "There were some bones up under the eaves. They may have been what that boy saw. If he was sensitive, he wouldn't have needed... They may have been what that boy saw. If he was sensitive, he wouldn't even need... If he was sensitive, he wouldn't have even needed... If he was sensitive, he wouldn't have needed anything in the window glass to unhinge him. If they all came from the same object... If they all came from the same object, it must have been hysterical. Delirious monstrosity. It would have been blasphemous to leave such bones in the world, so I went back with a sack and... Okay, so this is still him speaking. It would have been blasphemous to leave such bones in the world, so I went back with a sack and took them to the tomb behind the house. There was an opening where I could dump them in. Don't think I was a fool. You ought to have seen that skull. It had It had 4-inch horns, but a face and a jaw something like yours and mine. At last I could feel a real shiver run through Manton, who had moved very near. but his curiosity was undeterred. And just what about the window panes? They were all gone. One window had lost its entire frame, and in all the others there was not a trace of glass in the little diamond apertures. They were that kind, the old lattice windows that went out of use before 1700. I don't believe they've had any glass for 100 years or more. Maybe the boy broke 'em, if he got that far. The legend doesn't say. Manton was reflecting again. I'd like to see that house, Carter. Where is it? Glass or no glass? I'd like to see that house, Carter. Where is it? Glass or no glass? I must explore it a little. And the tomb where you put those bones, and the other grave without an inscription. The whole thing must be a bit terrible. You did see it, not till it got dark. My friend, who was more wrought upon than I My friend was more wrought upon than I had suspected, for at this touch of harmless theatricalism, you did see it, until it got dark. My friend was more wrought upon than I had expected, for this touch of harmless theatricalism, he started neurotically away from me, and actually cried out with a sort of gulping gasp, which released a strain of previous repression. It was an odd cry, and all the more terrible because it was answered. It was an odd cry, and all the more terrible because it was answered. For as it was still echoing, I heard a creaking sound through the pitchy blackness, and knew that a lattice window was opening in that accursed old house beside us, and because all the other frames were long since fallen, I knew it was the grisly, glassless frame of that demoniac attic window. Then came a noxious rush. Then came a noxious rush of noisome, frigid air from that same dreaded direction, followed by a piercing shriek just beside me on that shocking, rifted tomb of man and monster. In another instant, I was knocked out. In another instant, I was knocked from my gravestone bench by the devilish threshing of some unseen entity of titanic size, but undetermined nature. In another instant, I was knocked from my gravestone. In another instant, I was knocked from my gruesome bench by the devilish threshing of some unseen entity of titanic size, but undetermined nature, knocked sprawling on the root clutched mold of that abhorrent graveyard, while from the tomb came such a stifled uproar of gasping and whirring that my fancy peopled the rayless gloom with Miltonic legions of that misshapen damned. While from the tomb came such a stifled uproar of gasping. In another instant, I was knocked from my gruesome bench by the devilish threshing of some unseen entity of titanic size, but undetermined nature, knocked sprawling on the root-clutched mold of that abhorrent graveyard, while from the tomb came such a stifled uproar of gasping and whirring that my fancy peopled the rayless gloom with Miltonic legions of the misshapen damned. There was a vortex of withering, ice-cold wind, and then the rattle of loose bricks and plaster, but I mercifully fainted there before I could learn what it meant. Manton, though smaller than I, is more resilient, for we opened our eyes at almost the same instant, despite his greater injuries. Our couches were side by side, and we knew in a few Our couches were side by side, and we knew in a few seconds that we were in St. Mary's Hospital. Attendants were grouped about in tense curiosity, eager to aid our memory by telling us how we came there. And we soon heard of the farmer who had found us at noon in a lonely field beyond Meadow Hill, a mile. Hmm. Our couches were side by side, and we knew in a few seconds that we were in St. Mary's Hospital. Attendants were grouped around. Attendants were grouped about in tense curiosity, eager to aid our memory by telling us how we came there, and we soon heard of the farmer who had found us at a and we soon heard of the farmer who had found us at noon in a lonely field beyond Meadow Hill, a mile from the old burying ground, on a spot where an ancient slaughterhouse is reputed to have stood. Manton had two malignant wounds. Manton had two malignant wounds in his chest. Manton had two malignant wounds in his chest, and some less severe cuts or gougings in the back. It was not so seriously hurt, but was covered with welts and contusions of the most bewildering character, including the print of a split hoof. It was plain that Manton knew more than I, but he told nothing to the puzzled and interested physicians. Till he had learned what our injuries were. Then he said we were the victims of a vicious bull, though the animal was a difficult thing to place and account for. After the doctors and nurses had left, I whispered in awestruck question. Good God, Manton, but what was it? Those scars. Was it like that? And I was too dazed to exult when he whispered back a thing I had half expected. No, it wasn't that way at all. It was everywhere, a gelatinous slime, yet it had shapes, 1,000 shapes of horror beyond all memory. There were eyes, and a blemish. It was the pit, the maelstrom, the ultimate abomination. Carter, it was the unnamable. The end. The second in our start of reading H.P. Lovecraft's The Dream Cycle. A rather loose collection of things related by the fact of a world beyond this, a world beyond the physical, the real, something irreal, truly and positively. Well, having enjoyed that, it gives us it epitomizes the classic ghost story, in my perspective. Of course, made so for the presentation with illustrious language and arabesque structure. Not so unlike the statement of Randolph Carter, too. But of course, it is a member of that same organization, constellation. And it bestows us a short, easy, consumable, digestible, yet thorough and hearty piece for all manner of horror fans. Much as the previous. Between the two of them, the statement of Randolph Carter and the Unnamable gives us a easy way, a first step into onboarding us to the whole theme and conception of an ethereal, specifically spiritual realm where there is a lasting impression of the soul, or something approximating that for things less human, upon this world. And within that, we have some idea of the world that he is lying forth, not so dissimilar to Roadwarden, which, in its own way, gives us establishes something of a real living surface for us to invest ourselves into, not only as a character, but also as a participant. Not so terribly, much in the same way as these books allow us to take the perspective of, in the first, a reader of Carter's account, and in the second, a participant like a fly on, and in the second, a fly on the wall, catching all of the minute details of another experience and experiment with things beyond the veil. Now, with that all being said, we come to the end here. This has been the Road to Kadath. A little bit of Roadwarden and a little bit of Lovecraft in his two pieces. And I thank you all for attending today. It has been a phenomenal time getting to enjoy text of two different flavors. One of traditional low fantasy and the twist that has been put on it by the developers thereof, and something very classic in the realm of horror and all of the mind-bending, reality-warping wonders that it comes in association with from Lovecraft himself. If you have enjoyed The Road to Kadath and its creations that have come out from it, I would hope that you take a look at giving our channel the opportunity to spread by telling others about it, letting them know, participating perhaps even yourself. We have X or Twitter, depending on which you prefer, Instagram, Discord, an entire server of our own, although it is still yet to be populated very thoroughly. We are recently acquiring some new folks, and of course, we will soon have the methods of reaching out to us by BitChute, TikTok, and perhaps even more to come. You can watch this on Spotify, and if you like that content enough that you might wish to support me in trying to do things like soundproofing and perhaps hopefully making this something, perhaps making this a full-time profession, there's always Patreon if you want to do something subscriptive, or Stream Elements, which is both linked down in the description if you are inclined. The Stream Elements is one time, and it can be for any amount that you desire, although there are pre-filled amounts. The Patreon has the tiers of $5, $10, and $20. The easiest one to get into, that gives you something back, of course, each one of these, is the Proponent tier of $5. Therein, you'll have lovely things like the ability to vote in any upcoming polls which I might put forth relating to the channel or elsewise. The access to your own little spot in the Discord server for Patreons only. Alongside the ability to watch all of this content ad-free and at your own leisure as much as you want, and to download it for offline use. Besides that, I thank you all for your time. It has been a phenomenal one, and I bid that you all never miss your opportunities.